Live with more. Do some level polishing. And QOL. Don't forget Kickstarter. Okay, that was good. Super. End the exercise. Yes, please. I never asked to begin the exercise in the first place. Here goes. Actually, I kind of like that it does that. Hey, yo, Magic, how you doing? Happy Monday. Ooh! Oh my god, I almost knocked down my drink. That would have been a great start to the day. Yeah, we'll get in the map here. I have a few things I want to show you guys that were added by other people, and then I want to talk a bit about what we want to change and adjust and what we have to do before pitching, because we have 2 weeks left about. Doing good, just stopping in. I find these streams relaxing while I lay down. That's really awesome. I'm glad you like that. We are kind of going for that just chill vibe. Just long form, chill. Catch up when you can, you know, you don't have to feel obligated to watch every stream, but if you're feeling bored, need something to put on your second monitor, that's what we're here for. We might even be premium third monitor content. That's the wrong scene. That's the right scene. How's the audio sound, by the way? I did some adjustments to it because previously we were maxing out the sound here on the computer. I might have to adjust some things for that. We'll see. Premium first monitor, second tab quality. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm moving up in the world. Okay, where's my list of things we want to adjust? I wrote some stuff down yesterday. I was just like running through the level. And I had both some ideas for additions to the game. You know, small things we could add within a relatively small amount of time. And then some adjustments as well. Okay, a bookshelf to read some lore actually would be really easy to do. It would just be a bookshelf, interactable, opens up a widget, you read some lore. I figured that would be pretty low cost, easy value kind of content to put into the game. Press H during certain tutorial objectives to open helper widget. That should be pretty easy as well. And that means if you're like at the alchemy tutorial stage, and you're like, I still don't understand what I'm supposed to do, you can press H, open up, and it opens up the helper widget, which is this widget. And it'll take you to the alchemy tab, so you can read a bit more about it. So that is a possibility. It was weird. You can close that without having to click on the close button. Hold on. That seems like a bug. Startup widget. Oh, okay. I know why. We have two close buttons. We have one in the background and the one here. So it is considered two close buttons. I mean, whatever. That's fine. Third one was gamepad support. I do think that this is relatively of a high value. How quick it would be to implement, I'm not too sure. Everything within the open world, collecting, interacting, that's easy. But there might be some bugs if the player tries to navigate widgets with it. I just need to make sure that when I tell publishers, hey, here's the build, mouse and keyboard only for the moment. But that's something that we'll want to prioritize later. And the sooner we get that implemented, the better, because then we can just, once we add something new, we can just update it to make sure it works with gamepad and move on with our lives. A few missing sounds. Might be some nav issues that I need to check up on, and some areas where the player might get stuck. And I just want to make sure that all that's taken care of. It might be a prototype, but I'm going for minimal bugs here. Okay, so a couple of the things I wanted to show you guys were that a new river was added, and this was not added by me, but a level designer friend of mine. So we have a new river going through this part of the forest. And we're going to want to check it just for any issues or any missing sound, any navigation issues. Just double check and make sure that it's all going to work. But I think it looks nice. Okay, let's see. Show navigation. I do see one seashell that's in there. We're gonna have to move that over to the side or something. Oh, there we go. Nav up on these rocks. I'll probably just put a... few volumes here. We could bring up the bottom just a little bit too, because I think that this is, with the scale of the player, a bit quickly deep. Here too, that seam. Yeah, the player might get stuck too, so I might bring this up just a little bit to make it a more shallow river. That way it'll be easier for the player and other nav agents to get out. It's 2? It's weird that that seam is there. That seam doesn't happen on the other spline, does it? I like that it flows up here. friend is clearly more skilled than me with the physics of water. Let's see that happening here. I wonder what... It's weird. It's like it's before each one. Weird. Didn't we just copy and paste this river? Oh, that does kind of have the seam, but it's far less noticeable. First spawn. Bottom needs a readjustment. Didn't finish the river entirely yet. I think it's a bit too fast. I mean, this one's too fast too. Do you want me to just leave it then? I mean, I don't think that you had any part in this, because the one up here I copied and pasted from the asset pack, because working with the spline was kind of an ass. It was a weird spline. That's way too intensive music. Might and Magic 6 Mandate of Heaven. That's way too intense. It's gonna give me anxiety. As you wish. I'm just curious why it has this seam. Isn't that weird? Wait, there are two of these? Which one is it? Shared resources, blueprints, water system. Maybe one of them is more updated than the other? So this is the shared one. And this is the other one. Oh yeah, I know why. I didn't like that shader. That's why I didn't use that one. I guess we'd have to make the spline segments roughly equal in length to make sure that it doesn't flow too fast. I'm really curious what's causing the segmenting. I don't know, I mean, it's your call if you want me to do anything with it. If not, I'll just leave it for you to adjust, and I will touch up like some of the other logic stuff. I don't think it's a problem if we want nav agents to cross only here, here, and here. If you don't want them to go through the river, and that's entirely your call, you can just throw some of these nav modifier volumes down. And that will make it impossible for them to do anything. As it lags heavily trying to load. Yeah, like worst case, you don't want them to go through the river, and you can just shove a bunch of these down. Okay, if you want to change some stuff, okay. I only do that because I need content to do today on stream. And I don't think I have enough content to fill up the whole stream. Mainly I'm just gonna move this to maybe over here in the rocks. I think that could be pretty cool. Isn't there a way to move actors like this? Like to hey, I want you to go down to the ground and align with normals. Snapping. Align to floor. Oh! Okay, there's a way. That's pretty nice. Wait, was there a hotkey for that too? No. There's snap to floor, which is end, but no align to floor. I would almost prefer if the end key was align to floor instead of snap to floor by default. Maybe that's just me. I don't really want them to get stuck on these rocks, so I might place a nav modifier here.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
No side, thank you for the follow.
Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. These rocks shouldn't need any nav modifier on them because they're not going to get up that far anyway. But this will just make them not get stuck here. I'm curious why there are these holes here. Kind of weird. What the fuck is this collision? That's like some collision from the rivers, from the spline? What is this collision? Weird, this one doesn't have it. I think there's something weird with this spline. Which might be, I don't know what it is, but that might be why the seams are showing up. Oh, it was the river width. That was one thing. No. Never mind, I'm stupid. Oops. Don't do that. Yeah, maybe I'll try to just replace this river for you because it's looking wonky. I mean, I have to go place the audio spline along here anyway, so whatever. We'll just both be level designers for the next week, deleting and remaking each other's work. That sounds healthy, right? I really like the logs in here too. It's a nice touch. What if there's anything cool we could put inside of the river? Not sure. Let's do a... God, how do I bring this up a bit? I don't think we have stuff like algae. Or like some plants on top of the water or something, too. We don't have much. We don't have much in the way of that. Logs are ugly as hell even for stylized stuff. Yeah, they kind of are a little bit. They're really short and stubby too. Whatever. I guess I could just bring it up and then just flatten, soften the edges a bit. The linear. Any more flowers? The only issue is that they would have to be turned into ingredients, which is not very quick. And I'm a little afraid of adding too many ingredients to the scene because they do... I mean, it's a very simple script that they run every hour, but they do run something every in-game hour. And I'm not super sure on how much this impacts the stability of things. Wanted to create a new one based on the only one we have. On the flower? What do you mean? some blue flowers, like cluster of small flowers, and I wanted to just duplicate this one and change the colors so we have some variety. We can do that, but we would have to make ingredients. What's your pitch gonna be when talking to them? Hey, Alley Cat. That's a great name. What's our pitch gonna be? Our pitch is gonna be, we need money. Here's our game. We need a lot of money. No, in like more honest terms, it's gonna be, we have a full pitch deck already, which I'm mostly happy about, but the good thing is the simpler it is, the quicker it will be to make changes if we need to. So we have all of our information here, tech info, gameplay, pillars, selling points, our desired PPU and estimated sales. I still need to get some additional things on here for yeah, we still need to add inspiration and competition to here, and then for competition we need to put current sales data from those games as well. That's just a page that I missed. I gotta add that to my list. And then we'll be making a gameplay trailer, a full tutorial gameplay video, and then a bunch of smaller videos showcasing various systems that we have. And then I have the one sheet we'll be taking, like the fact sheet. What else will I be bringing? I mean, that's mostly it. We have like a first draft of a GDD with as much info as we could put on there right now. Solid work, thank you. It is not my first time pitching, but it is certainly not something that I am an expert in. But only one way to find out, right? Only one way to get better. Wish we had a gravel material on this master. Yeah, it's like, I don't mind if we could be more prepared than we are currently, or if our game could look better than it does currently, because of course it could, and of course we could be more prepared. But then we have all of that, and I go to pitch the game and I have no experience pitching, and no knowledge of whether or not publishers are, you know, what they're looking for. Then I'm about just as unprepared as I could be. Color theory. I don't have much of that. Anything that has to relate to art. You're asking a lot. I might wish to know this for merchandising. That might be a bit too early on. But that is something to keep in mind for later, for sure. Because we're still in prototype phase. We're not even at our first playable yet. We're looking at about a 3-year development cycle for this game. Probably 3 years. Earlier discussion about one page showing what trajectories you can go to. You mean like a mood board or something else? Because if you are an artist, and I'm not sure what you specialize in, pretend that you're talking to somebody who has no concept of artistic or artistic talent at all. Put it that way. Oh, this is going the wrong way. Hold on. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, this seems not there. Just want ROI and if they can see the potential for other avenue streams. But, I mean, people will only care about because merchandise is really expensive to make, right? And get shipped around the world. People only really care about merchandise if they care about the game. I mean, that and it's just... I mean, that can always be determined later, right? Because we don't even have any character concepts right now. And I think that for a game that is so character and story driven, if people did want to purchase anything with their favorite characters, first we have to make those characters good enough to be desirable. Needs to be touched up a bit. I don't mind the water line, but the depth, bad. Hey Yanis, welcome to the stream. How are you? I'm doing good. Doing well. Well, that's the word. Especially for a Monday, right? How about you? How are you guys doing on Monday? Any big plans for next month? Good to hear. Thank you. I'm just happy to be back on stream, talking with you guys, working more on this. Finishing first game this month. Oh shit. Dude, that's really big. That's huge. You throwing it up on Steam, on itch, both? App Store, Google Play? Nowhere, just for hobby, for resume. Can't afford a Steam release, but itch, yeah, okay. Are you putting it up for any money on itch? What the fuck happened here? What is this? First game, it's not fair to make people pay for it. That's fair. I mean, it depends on what it is, right? I mean, let's say your first game was Stardew Valley 2, right? First off, I'd be very impressed. I'd be very jealous as well because obviously a great game, right? But if it's just like some experimental type thing, maybe it's more worthwhile to just have people test it out and see what they think, give you some feedback. I don't think, stuff like jealousy or envy is necessarily a bad thing. I think it's often considered a bad thing, but you can have jealousy that isn't malicious, right? Like, let's say one of you guys won the lottery. You won $1 million. I would be jealous. I wouldn't want you to not have won the $1 million. I would just also want to win $1 million, right? Yeah, it's like, oh, dude, that's amazing. That's insane. I can't believe you won $1 million. And my mind would be thinking, I hope that happens to me one day too. As opposed to malicious envy where it's like, I wish I had that and they didn't. So obviously that's not healthy. So this is your comeback stream? What do you mean? Do I want a tangent there? Or a spline point there? No, honestly, I could probably put it down here. Yeah, no, I just was on the weekend, right? I really want to work on this game, but I'm trying to do it only on stream. Yeah. I'm allowed to miss you guys for one weekend, right? What the hell is happening to this point? Why are you doing that? What is this? It keeps like making extra points here for some reason. So weird. Whatever this spline is, it's weird. I'm just gonna get the points in first, and then we'll adjust the surrounding area. It's a whole fucking mess.
It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
Thank you so much for the follow, Giannis. Those are my new follower emotes. Alerts. I can tell you're gonna make it big someday. Thank you for the confidence. I hope so. I mean, I hope so in the sense that we can provide something to players that they feel is missing from a lot of game studios. Which is, feeling like a lot of studios are out of touch. They're not run by people who actually care about games or the customer base. They view them as wallets rather than people. Companies run by suits who don't actually play games. And companies that are afraid to show off early stages of their game development. It's very common, unfortunately. Especially since indie games are beating big boy studios. Yeah, they are. Feels like a revolution. It does. It really does. And I don't view myself as like a revolutionary type or a, you know, an activist. But I suppose that what I'm doing is a form of activism. It's just, you know, it's not, I don't know, holding a sign in the streets. It's more, I don't like what I'm seeing from a lot of these companies. So I'm going to make a company that does the opposite of what they're doing. If that makes sense. I guess I'm a very value and principle driven individual. I'm somebody who really believes in things like, you know, just that part of, I guess, the meaning of life is to make the world a better place. You know, try to do more positive than negative, right? And for me, one of the ways I can do that is by taking something I love and that I'm passionate about, which is gaming and game dev, and giving all of the experiences back that games give me throughout the years, right? All the emotions and memories that I've gotten playing games that I love. I just want to create the same thing, but for other people. Great way to live. It feels meaningful in a positive way, right? I think my passion makes me a very emotional person when it comes to gaming. And I know that that's been not very well received by some of my colleagues in the past, and certainly not some of my bosses. But I can't stop being passionate about gaming. I've tried, I hated how it felt, and so I stopped trying. Can you ask a question about the game? You can ask any question about anything. I'll do my best to answer it. Hey, Mr. Soloq. We're a very open company. We're trying to be very transparent in the way that we develop and the way that we think. Bosses suck, most of them. Yeah. I mean, I've had some great bosses, especially some bosses that were very passionate about games, and they were, you know, they were in this industry for the exact same reason. And I could talk to them on that level. And it's honestly, it's so much easier when you're passionate about something because you don't have to fake your feelings about it. How do you make it as the grass doesn't take a lot of computing power? That's a very good question, and I will do my best to answer it, but know that my knowledge of like materials and shading are very limited. So if I can find the God, where is it? We were just looking at it on shader complexity. So generally you're going to be looking for shader complexity on grass that is very minimal. Obviously ours is not the most optimized, though some of that is because of our weather system, right? So we have stuff like snow being able to gather on all of the ground and the grass and stuff, and that does add to some of the complexity. One thing you can do as well as just set like coaling distance so you can see the grass is being removed at certain distances. Density and coaling distances are going to be huge, and that'll allow you to have more complex shaders on the grass itself. Well, it's beautiful, thank you. I'm watching a bit of the Fallout. Dude, it's a good side watch. The new show. You can kind of do some sneaky stuff too. Oh, the game designer. Oh, Tim Kaine. I got you now. I got you now. Yeah, Tim is awesome. I'm really glad I found him. I want to paint. I think that looks okay. Mainly just worried about the width and if it ever clips through like this. I want to make sure that there aren't those seams. Oh, that's under the rock anyway, so that doesn't matter. Generally looks okay. That's fine. Ooh, that's cutting it pretty close there. Bring up the embankment a little bit there. I want to make sure the nav mesh works along these logs as well. It says it does. This one we could help a little bit by putting a blocking volume. There. Let's do that. Let's bring it in a little bit and then curve her down. Come on. Ooh. That's enough. That'll help things like the animals get across the log. And then we will place an audio spline along here so we can hear the sounds of the river. Looping sound. Was it the water flowing fast cue or the water movement cue? Oh, I don't remember. Ambience water flowing fast cue. There it is. Okay, start there. You think non-professional voice acting in small games could ruin them? I think it depends what kind of vibe your game is going for. You know, sometimes there's a level of like campiness to it, right? That can be entertaining. And if your game isn't trying to take itself too seriously, I think it can be endearing. I mean, look at like Bethesda games. Not all of their voices are revolutionary, especially in stuff like some of the ones like Morrowind and Oblivion. But they still lend a certain level of charm to it, right? And I think players are much more willing to accept slightly lower quality, if we want to use that term here, if they know that the developer is like an indie developer. Players are usually very supportive of that. I don't like that it kind of curves into the air here. Let me place another tangent. Or another point. That way the tangents aren't so weird. I took advantage of the fact that I got sick and my voice got high-pitched to record some scientist nerd lines. See, and you know what? That's just a funny story. That's great. I don't think anybody's gonna have a problem with that. Especially because it's an actual person that recorded the lines, and right now, I think you'd get more flack if you use like AI voices. People don't have the most fondest of feelings about that at the moment. For good reason. I'm getting way too invested in this audio spline at the moment. The attenuation radius is already pretty high, so we don't have to take it too seriously here.
Mr. President, wake up.
Thank you. I'm awake. Kind of. What does this button do? What's curving so much here? Is that the river? Oh yeah, it is. I love it. Never gets old. That and the fart. This is putting me on edge. Might and Magic 7. Get some majesty in here. What are those curves in the water? So the first one is the river spline. And then the second one is an audio spline, which will make sure that the player hears the sound of a river as they're walking by the river. And it will follow the location of the player, make it sound more realistic and believable. Yeah, I cannot take credit for the idea, but I can give much praise for it because it absolutely works. It works really well. That's why Unreal is good. Unreal is really great. It certainly has certain downsides, and it has a lot of overhead. And I think that the learning curve. Maybe I can word it in a different way. Unreal has a lot of power and capability, but oftentimes there's a massive learning curve figuring out how to enable or disable functionality you don't want. And I can understand why some people would want to stick with engines where if you want functionality, you just need to add it and you don't need to disable anything. I downloaded it as soon as I got my first laptop a few months ago, but the laptop said, it's definitely not the easiest engine to run. I had to replace my GPU in this computer because it uses just way too much VRAM in the editor. My tangents like that. It's just gonna make me want to play Majesty again. Glad Godot 4 came around when Unity started having dementia. That's so true. Unity still, although I think that the surveys usually about engine usage, I think, are a little bit skewed. But if they're to be believed, Unity still holds the top spot for engine usage by far. I deleted my project 2 times as I almost finished it. What the hell? Deleted it? I can't blame you. Look curved up. Come on, can you grab the tangent for me, please? That's pretty good. That's Settlers music. This is from Majesty. An old, long forgotten strategy game that I still think is actually really, really good. It will defend its gameplay to my grave. And I'm trying to pitch a spiritual successor to it. The publishers, and they like the idea, but I do think that it is a bit difficult for our company at the current stage to develop. And the audience might be too niche for there to be any return. But I'd still like to try, especially because it incorporates some city building aspects to it. And right now, city builders are very, very popular. I mean, you have how many people playing Manor Lords right now? 61,173 at 24-hour peak. Majesty to me is the most interesting because of its indirect control, which is a very difficult pitch to players who like strategy games. But it's one of those games that when you play it, when you try it, it works, and it works well. It's certainly a risky game to try to, you know, make any spiritual successor to, but I think there's potential. Okay, this looks good. Audio spline should be working. We could do an ambient or another audio spline for the waterfall. Big waterfall. Where did we get that? We could put it down here and just adjust its sound multiplier a bit. Yeah, I might do that. Delete one of these. Should work. Audio, navigation, particle effects, all good. Nav modifier volumes in between the bridges would be nice. Bit too thick for such little water? It might be. This is the water splash large. Let's see if we have any smaller ones. There's some smaller ones. I could also just scale them down. do... They're still kind of big, aren't they? I like the mist that comes out of this one though, you know? And this one doesn't have any of the mist, so it kind of looks silly. If I just put them a bit lower. Some weird clipping, doesn't it? But what if we get rid of that one? We just have these two. That's a bit more fair. Back. Welcome back. We'll adjust the volume 2 of the waterfall cue here. I think it's gonna be way too loud. We'll test it out though. Let's get the navigation fixed. Because we have an NPC and some animals, and I don't want them to run through the water, personally. Always think of the animals. We have some pretty cute animals. Fix this underneath. Duplicate. Make it stubby. That should be good. Yeah, we have various animals like this moth. Where's the raccoon thing? He spawns around here somewhere. Cute. We have beach balls. We have other animals, I can't find them. Oh, here's like a little angry boy slime with a dildo on its head. They're kind of like raccoons. I just need to find one. Come on. I placed a whole bunch around here. I know there's pig. There's cute pig with flower on its head. Mr. Oinkers. A mushroom. There's little snails too. I know I placed a whole bunch up here. There any Microraptors? Not yet. Flames and Unreal are the most powerful forms of any map. That's true. Like, how do we want to solve this new problem that we have? Let's place a volume. Using AI for coding at all? No. I am using AI to help do certain things like organize notes. Oh, here's one of them. More for like mundane tasks, right, as an assistant, but not for coding. Using AI for coding for me would be terrible. And it's the same reason why I suggest people try not to do it. If you don't know the right answer to something, AI will lie to your face and act like it's never been more right about what it's saying. And if you don't know the truth, it's hard to spot it. But that's the thing, like, Alley Cat, if you know programming, it could definitely cut down on those menial tasks. If you know that it's right or wrong in any situation. But I'm not like a traditional coder, so I don't know if what it's giving me is necessarily correct or not. And while it might be faster for me, I don't think it's better for me because I can't do those things myself, and so it would not be teaching me how to do those things better. I can use it for like some game design menial tasks, like organizing notes, you know, rewording something, because those are things that I can do. I know how to do them well, but they take time, and so if it gives me a garbage answer, I can easily spot it and say, no, we're not doing that. Maybe that makes sense, right? Maybe not. Oh wait, no, we wanted to go across the logs. Hold on, I'm gonna fix that. I'm using it right now, GitHub Copilot, and I'm working on some fun for converting, parsing all BSP CSG formats from old games into Unreal E3D formats. That's pretty nice. That's a good usage. I do think a lot of people were afraid that it was going to replace coders to some extent, but it's, from what I've seen so far, I don't think it's the case at all. And it's certainly not going to replace any other game development jobs, in my opinion. It just helps cut down on menial tasks. I think the only people in game development that it's going to replace, potentially, are people who don't know how to integrate it into their workflow. Because they'll just be outpaced by people who do integrate AI into their workflow. I know it's controversial though. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's really good for creative stuff. For like sparking, for brainstorming, for sparking ideas, and for just, yeah, I need to batch convert this thing into something else, and instead of writing a script to do it, I'll just get AI to do it in a fraction of the time. Yeah, I think you're right with that. What I can say too, though, you know, while I do use the LLM aspect of this, we will not be using any AI art or any AI voice acting in the production of our game. specifically the production. Do you attend a lot of meetings? Because there was a very cheap wearable device that was announced recently that would use an LLM to transcribe and summarize meetings and tell you who is speaking at any given point. And for me, you know, doing all like biz dev stuff, game changer. I'm terrible at taking notes during meetings. Every time I try to take notes during meetings, I just can't focus on the meeting at all. I've seen that one, but it's pretty wishy-washy. Because, number one, I fucking hate Microsoft Teams. And nobody will ever change my mind on that. Slow, terrible application. I didn't necessarily mind that it integrated a lot of Microsoft products, but at the same time, it felt like it slowed down our workflow when we used it. It is what it is. Maybe some people use it better, but means to an end. Yeah, that's really what it felt like. Now we just use Discord for Microraptor, and the really nice part of that is that we get to integrate our workflow with the community as well. So all of our like business and company discussions happen in the same place where our community is. So when we need to repost them, and it's like, oh yeah, just post this in general. We don't have to like schedule some big meeting about how to get things running. I know what BSP is, I don't know what CSG though. Just CSG. I just place a blocking. I don't know. I really don't know what these weird holes are for. But if I just place a blocking volume slightly above here, yeah. So I'll just do a blocking volume on this. Hopefully that'll work. Instructive solid geometry. Really? Okay. I didn't know that. Let's test this out. Let's see how this sounds and looks when we go up to it. One day we'll get footprint sounds working. this is nice. Hey, there's a boar. I think we can scare him across one of these, yes we can. Okay, perfect. Oh, you know that's working. Here, go on the other one. No, go to the other one. Go that way. Hey, perfect. Looking nice. Player might get stuck under here. Ignore the fact that there's no collision or water system. We just don't need that for prototype. All that to not confuse people. That sounds good. That doesn't sound too loud either. Oops. I fix that. Beach ball. So there is a secret. If you can keep the beach ball in the air for 10 hits, something magical does happen. But you gotta get it started. You have to get it up against an object or something, and then your challenge begins. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, there we go. There we go. Why did we add that to the game? Some publisher is gonna be like, oh yeah, this game's perfect. Let's give him money. Oh, what happens if I keep this ball in the air for enough time? Ball's a little blocky. Yeah, I don't care. It's fine. What matters is the fun. Oh, that's one thing too. The animals, by the way, will play with the ball. If we can. Ooh, too far. With Nana, you can have a smoother sphere. I don't need a smoother beach ball. When it's fun, why make it a ball? Why is it not a beach cube? Look at him go. Oh, is he gonna get the moan? Oh, he didn't get the moan. I love it. Who needs vertices when you can play with the ball? I love it. What's funny is I think even the snails would go for it and try to smack it too. which would be pretty funny to see. Okay, where's my... Set it to Blizzard. Oh, that's something we have to do today too. We have to add the ingredient data in for the new ore. Using Atlassian products for your team? Not currently. Right now we're using plastic for repository. And we'll probably be using... We're gonna try to use, what's it called? U-Track? From JetBrains for project management. It has a lot more flexibility, and because our team is pretty technical oriented, we can do a lot to customize its usability. I think it's called U-Track. Yeah. And we tried it out. It's very powerful and very featureful. A lot of customization. Yeah, I really like JetBrains stuff. A bit of a hump here that we gotta get rid of. Making it hard to jump over. Okay, this looks nice. Alright, let's see. What were the issues? Issue 1 was clipping into the ground a bit. Not really aligning it to floor, is it? I'll just manually adjust that by hand, I guess. Enough. Yeah, let me pull it up. The U-Track. Got an AI assistant. That could be pretty nice. I think that the pricing too was way cheaper. Or was it? I don't see it. Oh, it might be in Team Tools, yeah. So we're planning to use this instead of Jira. Oh yeah, this is the reason. It was because it was fully free for 1 to 10 users. Which is incredible. Jira and shit is expensive as hell. And you can self-host it, which is nice. And that to me is huge. It does, in my opinion, take a bit more technical knowledge to get it up and running and working well. But if you have a little bit of like basic coding or scripting knowledge and previous experience with Jira, it's way more powerful in Jira. But it does need somebody to kind of work on it and keep it maintained. Laser focused on game dev. I've used their IDE before. I don't remember the name of it. And it was really nice. I think it was because there's a blocking volume here that the player's having trouble stepping up on, so we can fix that pretty easily. You. Go down. Can viewports only show player collision? I always forget how many viewport options there are in this game. In this engine. I think that's still gonna be pretty... Well, no, that should be okay. That should work. Yeah, the way that I've seen some level designers work is insane to me. And I'm over here as a systems designer. Like, okay, but I've spreadsheets. That's impressive, right? Guys, why are you leaving the room? But I can export it to CSV. No? Okay. I can export it to Unreal supported CSV with structures. That's the important aspect, right? Okay, check rocks. Touch up the sounds, done. Magic stone, sound, and tower, and then in cave. Okay, let's do that. Quick way to spot dynamic meshes when they should be static. I have a lot of dynamic meshes, I imagine. I don't even want to know. Is there a viewport visualization for dynamic and static? It would be nice to know, actually. I mean, some forms of optimization just aren't crucial to me at the moment, but there's a quick and easy way that I could grab a few FPS, that would be awesome. What visualization do I do for that? I would hear that through the wall. Whatever. Shit. Hold on, where did that sound cue go? Let's not leave sound cues floating in the air. Led to player collision, okay. What is this? what's going up so... Oh wait, that's the tree. Okay, that's a tree. Doing that. I mean, the whole way that blueprint is set up is a little bit wonky, to be honest. Street lamps probably could be static. I don't know why they wouldn't be. I mean, I can understand I guess some of this, right? No, that should be fine. There shouldn't be any reason that this can't be. That's a static, in my opinion. Same with these road signs. Yeah, there is a light. The light's dynamic. In the construction blueprint? I mean, this should be fine. The static mesh is static, the light's movable. Granted, the light can't. Well, no, that's we do want these to be movable. I believe. These are the level barriers, so these are something that the player can toggle while playing. See the edges of the world. A little hard to see. I think we do want them to be movable because we don't want them to affect static lighting at all. Change your construction blueprint view mode to viewport. I mean, I don't think the scene is problematic. We have a couple of outliers, but nothing major. Yeah, it's really nothing crazy. It's not like we have some giant meshes or something that are acting up. Yeah, so far collision's been pretty decent. That is nice to know, though. So it isn't the sun. It is a moon thing. The planet. The stylized, very large planet. Moon or whatever. I don't even know what it is because I just thought, hey, this would look cool if we put this here. But yeah, it doesn't move, so we could probably change it. It only has emissive properties. This is the actual sun. The player can touch it? No. It's not that crazy though, it's a pretty low quality. I don't think that's going to affect the dynamic material with emissive properties, right? There. Yeah, it's like this is the real sun, this is just there for cool view at night. Okay, these two taken care of. Check nav on old cave and ruined tower near desert. Okay. I don't want any AI agents up on these rocks. Too easy for them to get stuck. Oops. I mean, if a player gets like stuck or something, or falls to the world, I do have a debug option in the escape menu that they can just use to respawn at the hut. I prefer it not to happen, of course, but not the end of the world if it does. A mess of nav modifiers up here. Oh, the liberties I can take making a prototype. Hey, that's not very optimized. Yep. Aren't you gonna fix that? Nope. That doesn't matter for prototype. Don't scale volumes. Okay, I will only place default unscaled. I'll just place 1,000,000 default unscaled volumes. That'll do it. Okay, that looks ridiculous, but fine. Do I want to do the same for these? We'll see. I think those should be fine. We'll see. I guess we could rotate it a bit and then just scale it this way. I only want to make sure that they don't get up and behind here on these rocks. To see what path Blue Dick Boy takes to get to the hut now. I'm actually curious about that. Guess we can see. Let's trigger him. Because if he doesn't work, that's an issue. That is a big issue. If we get a couple of... I gotta respond to something. What is it called? There's a business app for the conference I'm going to in a couple weeks, and you can chat with other members, of course, especially if you have like the business pass. But it doesn't allow you to embed links into the chat. So if you try to share something, they can't click on it. I don't know who designed that feature, or that lack of feature. Take your potions, run off. We're gonna follow him. It would be kind of funny if he crosses at... I think he is. He's gonna cross at one of the logs instead of the bridge. Just Blue Dick Boy things. Might have been imported from another standard. What do you mean? I could force him to use the bridge if we really want. Oh no. That's an issue. Is he waiting for the... Yeah, I might have to remove this log. But if I remove this one, he'll just... He might prefer to use this one. He's gonna go whatever route is shortest at the moment. Oh, the code does not allow clicking on links. I mean, it doesn't even embed the code, or embed the link at all. I mean, you'd think it would be simple to do, just allow embedding of the link, and then just have a, hey, this, careful wherever this link goes. You know, confirmation, and then done. Why can you not get up that? I don't think the step-up height was too large on there. Unless... Well, no. Let me check. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Or just place a fucking rock there. I don't. Just get a rock. Where's a rock? Here's a rock. That's part of the foliage. I don't want that rock. Where's the new rock? Meshes. Rocks. No, not those rocks. Here we go. Here's a rock. We'll do that. And then just to make it safe, I'll put a little blocking volume on it. I mean, that should be okay. Navmesh, generate a collision. I mean, I have a collision on all these rocks and stuff. I mainly just need the agent to walk fine along this, because I think that the step up height was a bit too much for it. But to get a box quickly? I mean, just like a blocking volume, because I can just drag it from here. But sometimes it likes to place it in the air for some reason. I could also do a capsule. Bet you could override this from a whatever, doesn't matter. A speed thing? Nah, I don't need to be too speedy. That is good to know though. We'll see if that's fine. As long as there's a little bit of green connecting, it should be okay. Good thing is once we get some funding, I can hire level designers to do this properly and quickly. I can focus on the things that I do best. Systems design. Go for it, buddy. I could put an intermediary waypoint on the bridge. If this is still kind of wonky. Or looks like it might break easily. And then just have him run to the bridge first. He's going for it. See, he likes the adventure. Why use a bridge when you can use a log? He just knows how to live. Which is more than we can say for ourselves in 2024, right? Why run around the bush when you can run through the bush? Why is he? What does he get stuck? Wait, what? What are you getting stuck on? Fuck. What did he get stuck on? Some people like Bush. Okay, that's fair. Look. There's something with this AI controller where it's taking too long to get. Hold on, we can debug that. Yeah, let me debug that. It's a very simple behavior tree here. I don't know what would be causing the bug. It's like his move too. I don't know, bugged out or something? I don't really know. Because the navigation looks fine. There's no volumes or anything that are blocking him there. But we'll see. Let me pull this over to the side. Won't be able to see you guys for a second. We can close this. We don't need that open. Okay, so he's still on move 2. Got the right actor to move to. Should be stopped. False. Current location. Moving. What's down here? It's a little plateau. Okay, whatever. Okay, so he ran through the lamb's ear up here, and then he got stuck. That's weird. Is there like another nav point or something here? Only 2. Weird. Okay, let's debug this. I don't know what's going on. Where did he bug out? spawn him here. Put the nav point down. This will be hut. Shall we help? How you doing, August? What do you need my help with? A publisher from China? Uh-oh. I was thinking about China the other day. I don't think they're ever gonna do anything for me. I'm a bit too vocal about my feelings with China.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Angel Slave, thank you for the follow.
Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
What could be causing the problem? China invests a lot of money. My bug not working. Why is it not working? Okay, maybe it is. Oh, it is. It's just not showing the debug. Weird. Collaborating and marketing the game in China, so only China? How much are they offering and how much do they want? Like, have they sent you a contract draft yet? To see what the terms are? He's running past this, no problem. Okay, so you don't know the terms yet? Have they given you at all a rough figure? I mean, they'd ask you about budget first. I mean, what's the name of them? Risk games? I haven't heard of that. Haras Games. Indie game publishing. Legend of Mortal. Interesting. A sub of 18th century. I mean, do these games that they... Wait, hold on. No, I want to see the Steam page. Do any of their games have English supported? Sub of Playway? It was Movie Games, right, that reached out to you? All I can say is I would not accept anything Movie Games ever gives me. Okay, so this one is English. They're not gonna give you shit for money. It was a Rock Game. Oh great, another subsidiary of Playway that I have to look out for. Something about this looks weird to me. Wait, link for this took me. Oh wait, this is Journey to the West. This is such a weird name, the Filthy of Us. Infernozilla? Or is that another one that's reached out to you? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, not only this is kind of weird, this thread, apparently a lot of people got email. They might just mass email people without this. So even if they're legit to me, it feels like, they would not provide very good. It's one of those same people that I mentioned that's just gonna like mass email developers without publishers and then just give you shit. Schedule a free consultation session with us or email us at... Why are there 4 different emails? Oh, Scooter, actually, I did want to watch a video regarding the Tarkov stuff. Fishing trip? What is this? What are they? Where are they from? What do they even do? Community management and marketing? Man, at that point it just feels like you'd be having 3 different companies or whatever all split the pie. I don't know anyone who's used Infernozilla though. Big into making mods for Tarkov. I haven't heard of SP. I don't know what our SP Tarkov is. But making mods is a really great way to get into game dev. That's how I got into game dev. Oh god, House Party. I forgot about that game. I don't know. It depends on how much they charge. Have they given you any sort of thing like rates? Because your game, in my opinion, you could probably handle the community yourself, or with some community mods. Yeah, I don't know anything about them. I mean, the marketing is more important, but that also at that point, it's like you could just get a publisher as well. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. They rarely post on Twitter, which is not the greatest sign from a company that says they do marketing. And they only have 807 followers. You can get a publisher that only does marketing, though. What I mean. I wonder if I know any of the places that they've done work for. I gotta learn Unity and C#. Oops. Quite a bit. Because maybe if there's anybody on here that I know, I could always ask them. They do Escape from Tarkov. I don't know if they're at all connected to Escape from Tarkov's Twitter and community management. That would be a red flag for me at the moment. Yeah, we looked at that thread, Alleycat. But this was a year ago, and it doesn't seem like people have... Like, they have testimonial videos here. These don't look faked. Set stuff up and train your community. Honestly, August, I think you could do that yourself. Like, setting up community stuff and training them, and like... It just seems like they're looking for an easy bit of money from businessmen who don't know anything about gaming, if you ask me. I don't know, it depends on how much they charge, right? And if you think it's worth it, but... For me, the only red flag is that they're connected to Escape from Tarkov, which, if you've been keeping up with your gaming news, has done some really shitty things with their community recently. No, you don't need them this early, you're right. I don't know enough about them. Can I not just zoom in? There we go. This doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they're just showing off they've done Escape for Tarkov, that's a pretty big red flag for me with how they've been treating people recently then. Because if they're ingrained in this, they probably had to sign off on the actions that have been taken from the developers, and not great. I haven't heard about them either. It is very weird. I don't know anyone who works at Tarkov though to... I don't know anybody that's used Infernozilla. Heard a lot of the problems. Okay, our services. Community events. Limited customer support, limited content creation, Handling emails. Honestly, I don't think this is worth the money. They don't really do much. Limited content creation and handling emails? I mean... You'd probably be able to get to hire just an individual to work on the team if you wanted somebody to do. It's a community manager, just like... What would be cheaper, them or a community manager? Probably a community manager. I don't know. Gone through their LinkedIn, they're not worth your time. Right now, to me, this from everything that I know about companies like this, and I've worked with a few of them, building a Discord server structure takes about 1 day maximum, very easy. I've done that a few times. And anything regarding like social media platforms and community, it'd be cheaper to hire a community manager. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying they're taking a percentage, but depending on how much they charge, it might be cheaper to use a community manager. And that's somebody that would, I think, provide a better face for your community as opposed to nameless individuals from some random firm, right? Because at least this is somebody who will learn your game, who will play it, because that's, community manager. They'll be on stream, they'll be a face for your company, or for your, your games. And these people are only going to act like that as long as they're being... I don't know. They charge a retainer? Yeah, that's weird. This is weird. That's weird. We are not cheap, but also not an arm and a leg. Not one of their employees have a profile. It really just feels like some people who... I don't know. I mean, you haven't paid anything yet, so you can... whatever you need to do. I don't think they care. I think that they just mass send out emails, probably to people who start up their Steam page, because of course, SteamDB, you can just track all of that and quickly find business info and send it out. And they just hope that somebody says yes and they make a quick buck. I also have not heard them being attached to Tarkov at all. That's just weird. And the fact that we have a whole list here of people who have been emailed about them. A little weird. Only 3 messages on Tarkov Discord mentioning it. That's weird. I mean, they don't post anything on Twitter. Like, they supposedly do all this stuff for Tarkov, but... where? You'd think that they would be, like, reposting all the Tarkov announcements and stuff. That's weird. A message from a guy in Discord with the name and surname. He linked the Inferno Zilla website and said, "We sell community and social manager services as well as marketing." That's, yeah, I don't know. There's too many red flags. And I don't know anything about this Chinese publisher. But I think you're right that this would only target one specific market. We'll see. I really don't know why he was getting stuck. That's just from 2022 and 2023. You think they're potentially lying about it? Oh, he's Rocket. Yeah, what was that called? Rock Game? Rock Games? Rock Game SA. Is this really a subsidiary of Playway? They have another one? There's no way, right? I mean, I would at least, you could at least listen to them. I don't see anything that makes them associated with they cooperate with Playway. I mean, they're at least posting stuff on Twitter, for what it's worth. Oh, they do belong to the Playway group, okay. Let's just put it this way. Playway has a very bad reputation in Poland. I don't know why the navmesh is doing weird shit around here. Basically, I've worked at a few places that Well, actually quite a few people in Poland have some relation to Playway at one point or another. And they're really, unless you are making their next massive title, they're only going to give you enough to buy some fucking bread from the store. And once you're done, you won't have enough to develop any game further. And they specialize in simulators too, so if you're not a simulator, they don't really give you much attention. I don't know why it's getting... You don't want any money, you don't want any publisher. I mean, if you don't want any money, then yeah, it's gonna be hard to get a publisher for that. You can, yeah, but the thing is, a publisher is just a term. You can get a publisher that will only do marketing for your game. That's it. You can either hire a marketing agency or you can attach yourself to a publisher, and then your publishing deal will just be marketing costs. It's like, no porting, I don't want you to do any localization, you know, the game's already finished at this point, we just want you to handle marketing. It's just publisher is an umbrella term for multiple optional services. Well, so there's two things here. If you attach yourself to a marketing firm to do marketing for your game, it's arguably going to generate usually less interest for you than if you were attached to a publisher. Because publishers have the benefit of already having an established audience. And they can market your game in and around other games that they market. If you have something marketable, then you may not need anything major. Why is it not moving at all? Fuck. Well, that's the thing. If you hire a marketing agency, they'll market your game, but they don't have there's no established audience usually to work with. But let's say that there's a publisher of indie games that generally fit your profile well. They can then just do the marketing to an established audience and through other games. Oh, it's just broken entirely. Unless it's because I deleted the nav point. Yeah, it's because I deleted nav point. Problem solved. Well, publisher's deal is going to be dependent on whatever you do. If you're looking for money for development, then of course they're going to be more expensive than if you just want them to market your game. But some people do two publishers. They do one for milestone payments, then another for marketing. Like I said, having a publisher just it can mean one of multiple things, one or multiple things. Are they helping with porting? Are they helping with localization? Are they helping with community management? Are they helping with marketing? Are they helping with milestone payments? Are they helping connect you with other people in the business? Are they paying for you to go to conferences? They're just a collection of people with specializations in different services. So if you only want them, let's say you only want to go to Devolver Digital for adding to their portfolio and getting their marketing help, then you just say, that's all I need from you. I don't need anything else. What are your biggest regions, though, or like what's your competition? Let's put it that way. And how much has your competition sold in each region? Or if you don't have that, what regions do you expect to sell the most copies in? I really don't get why he is getting stuck. Maybe his triggering his should be stopped to true early. And changing his location type. So I'm wondering if something within his blackboard or in his behavior tree is changing here. I mean, but do you think that your game then is trying to compete heavily in the Asian market? I believe China and Japan would be interested. I think you should do a focus test. I think you should get some translation. I mean, you're doing that with Tokyo Game Show to some extent, right? And I imagine that you have Japanese localization to some extent. You have Japanese for the Steam page. What analytics does Steam provide for wishlist from different regions so far? This is also where a publisher could help you too, by the way. A publisher that can do a lot of market research or can use existing knowledge of different regions. Second even before localization. Hiring any Japanese marketing firm is going to be expensive, though. Running this again at some point. Can I put a breakpoint? But it shouldn't be exiting the move too early unless there's something like... Let's see here. I don't know anything about pitching to like the Japanese market or anything and getting marketing out there. I do know that hiring a firm from Japan to handle it is probably not going to be the cheapest. And it might be cheaper to hire one firm that can handle all of your big regions instead of multiple firms. Because then they have to communicate and coordinate, and that's going to be annoying. I mean, if showing it at Tokyo Game Show gets interest from the Japanese market, then I'm sure you'll get some emails from the Japanese marketing agency or publishing companies. Without a doubt. All I know, and I mainly know this because my fiance does Japanese localization. Make sure you're working with somebody who knows Japanese culture, because otherwise, little language issues can come off as very offensive. I'm sure you know that, though. Reach into the choir here. I mean, I know that it's triggering this behavior tree shit. I don't know why it's just happening randomly. Like, it hasn't successfully moved to that location. I don't know why this is. Got a friend doing Japanese? Nice. Yeah, it thinks it's moved to spawn, but it's not. Yeah, I know that feeling. I mean, it says current location type spawn should be stopped true. For some reason, the move to is finishing. And we're moving to an actor too, so it shouldn't mess up early. It's not like the actor location is here. Not. It's so weird. Nothing like below the ground, right? The only thing I can think of is if it's unable to navigate to this point, but navigation looks fine. It just stops here. What if... I really don't know why it's failing, so I guess I could just put a quick boolean in here to check if it's been reached. And if not, just skip doing the update point and go back. Grab it again and try to move to it. And I guess if we see it repeatedly failing, then we know that for some reason it's unable to properly perform the move to, but it should at least, this will restart it if it hasn't been reached yet. No, I mean, there's only two real solutions you can do, behavior tree being one of them. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on with it. Point type. Okay, let's see the BPI here. I'm just like, I'm both trying to fix it, and I'm also trying to just figure out why it would be quitting out of this move too early. Let me do this first. Let me test it with this. We won't allow partial path at all. We still have the breakpoint on there too. We'll see. While I'm waiting, I'll respond to a message. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it can't navigate to it at all. So it was only fulfilling a partial pathing request, which is very weird. That's interesting. Okay. Let me try moving it down here. We'll move it down here and in front of the barriers, because maybe there's some issue with the barriers. I don't know what it would be. Because they weren't causing an issue before. Okay. It is AI up. He's moving now. Want to play with the ball? Love it. Shit. Oh, now he's gonna use the bridge? That's a weird way to run across it, buddy. I mean, but he's taking a different path because of where it's placed. Just so weird. It's just so weird because the shortest path before was apparently over the bridge. Now the shortest path is over the logs. I'm so confused. I mean, he can find that part just fine. Well, we know if he fails to...
It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
No.
That's something I wanted to do. Hold on. I wanted to add that that long-lived chaos stuff to my blocked terms. Prevent these assholes from coming in. I keep forgetting to do that. Moderation. Blocked terms and phrases. Are they... They shouldn't be capitalization sensitive, right? I don't think so. Well, I should stop that from happening. Okay. Maybe it was something I literally just did with those borders, which was I made them static instead of movable. Hey Duncan Stamp. Curious, do you play D&D? I have never played tabletop D&D. I could never find a group. And I was a little scared, but I would really like to. I watch a lot of YouTube groups doing D&D, so I'm pretty good at it. Star Wars Evil D&D campaign may be interesting to join. Evil D&D. What system? Are you using like a custom system based on 5e or something? How's the level design, whatever we're doing today, going? I'm having a bug right now with the navigation, and I don't really know why. With the NPC primarily. I only fear that my time to do any D&D campaign would be pretty difficult. And I have to be honest about that. Because I'm about to do like a big conference, and then I'm gonna be moving. And at least for like the next 6 months, I'm not sure I have any, I'm gonna have enough stability to do a campaign. They should ignore NPCs. Claudius, thank you for the bits.
DeClaudius cheered X10, here to drop some bitties.
Thank you so much, man. I love it. Thank you for your biddies. Like us to stay in contact and don't drop us completely, we can accommodate. 5e homebrew, end of Palpatine, you install a new evil dictatorship, you also install a new side of evil and power only. I don't know if I would have enough time at the moment. And if I'm being completely honest, I don't usually play evil characters. I'd have to think about it though. Give me some time to think about it and see what my schedule looks like. And you can add me on Discord if you want, and we can chat there about it. Because I'd hate to be the one person in the group who wants to do it but doesn't have the time, and then it, you know, that guy, right? I don't want to be that guy. What's your Discord? I'll type it in chat. It's gotta just be these level barriers, right? If I delete one of these. Barrier. Where's the one that's in this location? I do that. If I do that and it works, we'll know it's the level barrier, which I still don't understand because those weren't causing a problem before. Oops. That it's a nighttime an accident. Quest sent. Thank you so much, man. No, it can't navigate to that. Why is this broken? Unless... No. I was thinking maybe these were somehow causing a problem, these desert ambient volumes, but they're... Nothing. I'm so confused. This is what I'm going to spend the entire rest of the day on, isn't it? I definitely don't feel like I have the brain cells today to deal with it. But it is a very crucial issue, unfortunately. I don't think it's a behavior tree issue either, because nothing has changed in his behavior tree. Nothing has changed to the level barriers. I don't think anything has changed to the navmesh. And there doesn't seem to be any reason why he couldn't reach this place, but has no problem reaching here. Duncan Stamp, thank you for the follow. Yo. What if I can see what landscape section it's on? I don't understand why it would be this way, but maybe there's an issue with... I'm reaching here. I'm reaching for anything that it might be. If he moves, he can navigate. If he doesn't move, he can't navigate to it. So he can navigate there. This is beyond the level barriers, but still on the same landscape, I believe. Yes. Soundtrack is so good. So he can navigate through the level barriers just fine. He's doing it right now. Okay. So now this will be on the other landscape. Tile. Why is this? Okay, so it has nothing to do with that. Is it potentially like the slope height? The max walkable floor angle is 44.7 degrees. But that's default, that's never changed. I mean, there's no way that's not even clear, not even close to 44. Like 15 max. Closer to 12. It's like a small seam here, but I don't think it's significant enough. And it closes up here. If I delete these two out of curiosity, this one too. this one. I don't know why. But maybe that'll fix it. You know what, let's do it this way. Let me close this. I'm going to undo these changes. I'm just gonna quickly check these in. I'm gonna try to go back to a version of this that was working. And we'll just see if we can figure it out. We'll pinpoint the exact point where this started happening. So this was from March. And nothing significant had changed since then to any of the navigation logic, I think. Level barriers were still here, same behavior tree. As far as I know, nothing else significant had changed, and I believe he was running properly to where he needed to be. In fact, I think this was when he had started back here. Oh no, he doesn't. So maybe this is when we had him leaping out of the ground. Actually, where is he? I don't see him. Elf. Oh no, he's below the ground. He doesn't have his platform to sit on though. We'll give him that. Alright. I know we're still building navigation. You know what? I will let it finish. I'll let it finish. Honestly, it's okay if this takes a bit of the day. I didn't have anything major to work on, so fixing a bug like this is pretty important. It's not that major. In fact, him not making it all the way and coming back still seems to trigger the correct logic to work for the tutorial. But yeah. Clean. Okay, it's built. Test it out. He's gonna walk back, so what I might do is change his speed a bit. Apple's looking clean. This is back from March. We've made some good changes. I'm trying to figure out when this bug started. He should zoom over here. As from about a month ago, and I'm pretty sure a month ago this issue was not occurring, but it might have been. If not, I can get one of my friends to look over it. He's got a lot more knowledge of behavior trees and NPC AI. Maybe he can debug it. No, he's going. He still stops before it though, but it isn't. That's so confusing. He was stopping about here, right? When he should be going up to here. Is he online right now? No, he's not. Damn it. Let me look it up. Let's see if somebody else has a problem. UE5, move to Blackboard, move to stopping before completion. Move to stop. This is from 2014. This is 10 years ago. But that isn't the issue necessarily. It's not that. It's the fact that it can't even generate a path to the proper location, and it's stopping short. That I had the nav mesh moving with a maze that I wanted the AI to path to. It's that it can't find a path. 5. AI can't find a path. The AI is too far away from the entrance, past the furthest reachable waypoint. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to increase that. Not sure how to change a threshold to make it work. Build the nav mesh. Didn't even warn me that nav mesh needs to be rebuilt. I mean, I could always try that. See. Let's go back to most recent branch. That's a cheap build to do. Technically, it is building navigation. We'll try it. Regardless, we'll try it. Because I don't know what it is. I do know that the move to node in behavior trees, I believe, is not something you want to use, and this could be one of the reasons. Runtime and debug, blah blah, reason, yeah. What it feels like. We'll try it. I mean, nothing significant has changed that it should be fucking up with, but whatever. Do it. See. Nav build complete. Okay. I'm still gonna update his AI. Do not allow partial path. That way we can quickly test if it's breaking. Yeah, I mean, I'll try anything as long as it gives us another way to see if it is or isn't the issue. I hope this was all that it was. Nope. Nope. Let's see, navigation mesh. Maybe there is a maximum. The thing is, what's weird to me is that the distance that he moved, right? Which was, let's just draw here. The distance before was about like this, and he stops here. right? So this is how he's moving. The new path is and he stops here. So even if there was a maximum distance, it doesn't make sense that it would be getting shorter for no reason. And we're assuming that nothing has changed in this area of the level regarding navigation from a month ago. Nothing's changed in his AI. It doesn't make sense. And he used to run all the way up there. You know, the first time I implemented it, he was running between the points perfectly. Max slope is fine. Yeah, that's using the move to... It's not using Blackboard. Same thing. Blackboard move to... From 2015. All settings get set. I don't know. Cornier West, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Anything they're tripping up the AI? Cowabunga, greetings from the sewer. I love it.
2 shots as they were intended by blasting them directly in you. Wow! Awesome!
I am wasted. Thank you for the follow, man. How's it going? How's it going down under? Smaller. Radical today was extreme. What'd you do? And what happens if I put a new... But the thing is, if the issue was happening a month ago, but it wasn't as bad, what could possibly be the cause of it being worse now? Let's try this. We'll test if it's something between there and here. Training attack rats. Attack rats? Like in real life? Yeah, I want to see where he stops. Attack ants, attack rats. We're gonna rule the surface world. Oh my god. Oh, it's because we moved it here. Let me move this back. That's wild. Attack ants? How do you train attack ants? Sounds awesome though. Sounds like the movie, old movie called Them from 1954. Absolutely terrible movie, I'm gonna be honest. But giant monster ants attacking the attacking the US. It's fucking great. It's one of those movies that's so bad that it's good. Well, we don't have partial. We don't have partial navigation allowed, so if he's running, that means he finds it. Yeah, he's going. So it's almost like there's something between here. I mean, it couldn't be the river, though. He's able to get across the river just fine. I'm gonna edit those level barriers to allow me to run out of them. On ignore. Why are you getting stuck on that, dude? What the hell? Is he getting stuck because his capsule gets stuck underneath this? You know how, like, when you have a new house or apartment and then you bang and you make a baby? You have to baby-proof the house. Kind of what it feels like I'm having to do right now. he's running, he's got it. I'll follow him to the end just to see, but... I know one thing it could be. Right, I'll have to check this after testing. We're going out of the map bounds now. You're not supposed to see back here, chat. Close your eyes. There's unfinished game. Yeah. And there he goes back. Whee. Okay. Well, he doesn't seem to have an issue here. See, I'm wondering if it could be at all related to that teleport that we do. Can't move. Okay. What the hell? It's like there's something within this region. I'm just curious. Why can't I interact with him? Weird. What? His logic's not working. Because, you know, we're supposed to get a message that a new visitor has arrived, and... What is going on with my game? What? Dropped false. He's stuck on after move 2. What? Hey Rager, it's not going well. I have a bug with the NPC's navigation, and I don't understand what is even happening. It's like there's something so weird. I mean, this might be too far in the air as well, actually. That could be part of it. Let me make sure that's not the issue. Which that could be part of the problem. That may be the acceptance radius. God, I will be really upset if that's the issue. So he can navigate no problem here. He has no issue navigating. But if I move him here, we get an issue. Not working for you either? Like, all we did was move him over to over here, right? Moved him from here to here. And now he can't seem to navigate to the point. And there's nothing in the way. Like, the nav mesh looks absolutely clean and fine. And I only noticed this because I turned off the partial pathing, because he would stop before he got to the actor that he needs to move to, right? I don't even know what it could be though. It would have to be something within it. Well, it doesn't make sense, okay? It doesn't make sense to me because he had no problem going from here to here before, right? And this is about where he stopped. And if I put him here, he has no problems going all the way up where he needs to. Some foliage or strange terrain, I don't even know. All I know is with the partial pathing, he gets to a certain point, which is about here. Right in here, totally green, totally fine. And the move 2 stops. The move 2 ends. And it's not supposed to stop until he walks up here to this point. And if we just move him from here to about here, he'll have no problem going all the way to the goal. Just weird. The bridge. But there are 3 ways he can get around this, right? I mean, if we don't even want to include that he does actually have the ability to walk around this way, no problem. Because I was thinking, yeah, maybe it's like the new bridge stuff, but he has 3 ways that he can get across it, and they're all working fine. And even if he couldn't navigate through here, he would be able to navigate around here, or even up and around this way. Because he's just going to prefer the longest, or the shortest route there. But if the shortest route isn't navigable, then he'll just take the next route. Actually, let's try that. Let's try that. We spawned him closer and he was able to go there without a problem. Like, we'll just completely cut him off from this direction and see what happens. If he's able to go around, if he moves at all, once we give him the potions, we'll know that he can get there, because he has to have a complete path there. No. It's almost like there's something wrong with this area. Because again, we can move him to about here, and he has no problem navigating. Let's change the acceptance radius. I'm curious about that. I'm curious if it's for some magical reason. Just being a bitch about it. Hold on, give me 1 second. Trying to connect game to Steam with advanced game session via blueprints yesterday, but when I create C++ empty class for correct working plugin, project doesn't open. It just threw an error that build is corrupt and I can try to build it from source manually. So did you have something like this before? If you made a new class, you'll have to do a new build, and that will require you to have Visual Studio installed with Unreal SDK. And then you can just right click, you should be able to right click then on the source file. And do something like build project files or something. I think you'd probably generate Visual Studio project files first, and then you can do the build. But it's just because there's the C++ class, but probably the project hasn't been built with Visual Studio yet. Yeah, no worries. That's what we're here for. We like getting distracted. Let's try this again. So we move him here. And he has no problem. And this guarantees we do not have a partial path. He's got a full working path to the nav point. So I don't get it. I don't get what's so weird about the area between the hut and a little bit away from it, which he can navigate through. If we allow partial pathing, he will navigate through that area. This is weird, and I really need him to work flawlessly without problem. Even 1 in 100, I need him to just always be functional in this case. Technically, the bug does not prevent function either. So even if we can't fix the bug, it doesn't seem to cause any errors with completing the tutorial. Okay, let's try to block off the bridge. I don't even know anymore, I'm just trying things. Okay, so this should force him to take one of the other bridges if we block those off. Nothing. Yep. We just have the bugging. Weird, everything looks fine. It's got the right nav point. He should be moving. Current location type is correct. It even says his state is moving. But he's just not doing anything on the nav mesh. Hold on. This might be related to something else that we were having. Let's see if I can find out. We had a similar issue with the animals, but it was during build time. They wouldn't move. They would move in editor, but they wouldn't move in build. I don't know if this is related. It's specifically a behavior tree issue, not an issue with his. Make NPC move. All we're doing is updating the behavior tree. The behavior tree ticks. That's right, we can force him to move. Let me try to re-trigger that problem then. But it already says that you should be moving. I don't think this is going to fix the problem. Should be stopped, true. Should be stopped, false. What's the button? 9. He just has problems finding it. Might have to have my friend look at this and see if he can figure out what the issue is. 'Cause I have no idea. I have no clue. Air navigable. I wish we could test these if these were, you know, why it's failing to do the move to. I wonder if it's... But... It can't be this. It can't be getting the new... it can't be an issue at new point because it works when the point is at a specific location. It doesn't work when it's moved. Or if... I guess I had to say, it's not an issue with the points themselves. It's an issue with the NPC navigating to the points. And for some reason, the NPC doesn't navigate when placed in a specific location. Frustrating. Okay, I'm gonna move these back here. Yeah, we'll put him back there. Okay, guys, give me like 2 minutes. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna like clear my head and try to. We'll come back and. I've got a next idea to think of what we can do to try and fix this. Give me 1 second. Okay, I have phoned a friend. Hopefully he'll be available If not, I can try to have him look a bit later. Like I said, I mean, I want to figure out just what's causing this. Even if it's something that we can't really address at the moment, it doesn't cause the logic of the NPC to break. If we allow partial paths, that it'll just mean it's going to stop short for whatever reason, and he's going to run back, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But I'd still like to know. So, my second thought is to make a new character, a new new character class, BP Pest Care. We're not going to use any skeletal mesh. I'm just going to add a cube. And it's gonna look silly. Because I want to see if it's specifically the elf, or if this happens with a completely new, super basic AI here. Make a new behavior tree. Root. Selector. Sequence. We're going to do a move to. I just need to do a quick selector. Let me make a completely new task. New task, blueprint base. That works. Event, receive, execute AI. Get all actors of class. VP NPC nav point for each. Get nav point type is equal enum to spawn. True. Set blackboard value as object. Key. Oh god, how do you do this again? I forget. Hold on, I'm stupid. Oh yeah, that's all we have to do. We just do key, okay. And rename this to spawn nav point. Okay. Here's our task. We need to make this instance editable. Spawn nav point will be actor to, move to, actor to. No partial path. And then we'll just do a wait. So, that looks fine. On this test character, we need to make a new AI controller. On begin play. Not use Blackboard. Run behavior tree. And it's on possess. And done. And then on test character, we need to set the AI controller class to new one. Do we have to do anything here? Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. I think we have a bug in here. Completed. God, was it execute? Finish execute. I think you have to do that. You can't nav to it either. Okay. What if we allow partial pathing? I'd be really curious to see where he ends up. Let's go, Mr. Cube. Cauldron Chronicles, new NPC. Okay, so well, this for me, this confirms that it is 100% something wrong with like the nav mesh. Or the move to. And I have a second option where we're gonna try to use a, oh my god, they're racing. Let's go. I have a second option where I'm gonna try to use a move to node rather than using the behavior tree, and if that works, then we'll know it's a problem with the move to node in the behavior tree. Same point it stops. Oh. Okay, that's weird. So this is one of the things I was wondering, if given the chance to retry from the new point, does it successfully do it? And the answer appears to be yes. That is interesting. Okay, so we could brute force forcing the NPC to, hey, have you reached the point? Yes or no? And if not, keep going. Okay, I think I know a way to simply do this. Because I don't know what's causing the bug, but I think I can brute force myself a way out of the bug. How did it get out of this issue, though? I mean, because this is exactly the same, right? This is largely the exact same, unless there's some issue with it grabbing all the actors of class. This could be the reason. Let me try something. No, that shouldn't be. That wouldn't cause it. It should only run this task once. And because of the break, no, where's he going? Oh, because we allowed partial path. Yeah, I'm curious if when he gets partially there, why would it not... But I think it's because we're grabbing a value from the blackboard. You know where I should save this value instead to the elf. Like when he reaches a target, when he successfully reaches a target, we update something on him instead. It's kind of a dumb way to do it, but What's the enum called? NPC point type. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna refactor this a little bit so that we just force him to keep moving no matter what. Keep doing it until you get to a point, and maybe because I don't know, this could be actually breaking it further, but I want to try it because at least with this test cube, forcing it to look for the path again did seem to work. This is really dumb, but there's so much shit open. Current location type. We'll just splice this in to test it out. So we're not going to change it until he gets to a new point. Until the point has officially been reached, and we will allow partial path. But wouldn't that just run this again? We could test the point. So we could get Blackboard value as object. Destination point. Okay, destination point is going to be actor to move to. Actor. I guess we have to cast to actor. Hit actor location. This is gonna be so stupid. Actor location. Hit distance between. And if it is I guess we'll just do 100. See if it works. Okay, so partial path is on. Let me do one thing. Pick. Print. Why is my print isn't working? You guys notice that? Is that weird? Nothing's going to my log. I'll reload the engine. Anybody gotten that before? UE5 print string not showing. Well, apparently show stats might be off. Okay. You know what? I might have turned that off on accident. That's likely. Yeah. Okay. Didn't update properly. Maybe I'll just wait for the navigation to finish. Who knows how many problems that causes, right? Burn point type should be stopped. Could be that the distance check also isn't working. Hey Cusper. Okay, so we have a very weird issue. You're gonna love this one. Let me just see if this is functioning properly. So you know Blue Dick Boy, right? And he's supposed to be moving between 2 points. For some reason, he only moves part of the way there and doesn't go any further. And he hasn't reached the destination. And for some reason, it's not pathing properly to the full distance from the hut. From the hut point to the spawn point for him, right? Those are the two actors he moves between. He can't seem to find a full path between the two. But if I move him a little bit closer away from the hut, he has no problems finding a full path there. There's something around the hut that seems to be preventing him from finding a full path. Yeah, let me do that for you. And we can't seem to find the issue. It just keeps repeating, oh, hold on, let me see, because he usually stops around, and I'm trying to put in a way, like a brute force way for him to say, okay, you haven't reached the actor yet, so keep going. You know, try to find another nav point. So he's about to stop here soon. And I'm hoping this is going to force him to do it again. Yeah. So for some reason he stops there, right? And he thinks he's reached the point. Or let's say he, with partial completion allowed, he's like, yeah, I can't go any further. But clearly he can, because if we force him to check again, he goes right there. And press 0. My 0 on numpad does something different though, I think. So we'll see. You should reach it soon. Okay, he's there. Waits a few seconds. Coming back. So I guess if I could boil down the problem, he cannot find a full path from the alchemy hut to the spawn point, right? The actor. But I should say specifically from the location of the hut actor that we have now. But if I move him a little bit closer, he has no problems finding a full path. And there's nothing weird in the nav mesh between essentially where the bug occurs and where the bug stops occurring. He clearly has a full path. But for some reason he doesn't think that he does. And I tested it with a fresh character, fresh behavior tree, and fresh controller, and the same issue was occurring. So for me, it's either an issue with the move to task or an issue with the nav mesh. what's really weird is he has no problems navigating back. So he has a full path back to the hut. So weird. Well, the brute force method does seem to work. Weird but cool, but weird bug. Yeah, it's like... if he was having the problem coming back, I could say, okay, maybe there's an issue with the nav mesh. It's consistent. It's consistent in where it occurs. Okay, that's not true. It isn't consistent where it occurs. Because we also got him to screw up on the hill leading up to the spawn point. Maybe it is issue with initialization time. What do you mean? Be curious to see if it happens in the same point going back here too. I was wondering if maybe... Rager, thank you so much for the sub. Declare! Bankruptcy! Thank you so much, man.
Rager011 just resubscribed for 1 month.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. What's your first sub emote going to be? My cat just destroyed 3D puzzle. Oh my god. That is a bad kitty. It happened again. So the issue is that this move 2 stops because it cannot find a full path to the location. And need more bugs to fix this. Yeah, that's true. For some reason, it can't find a full path, and it stops. And I'm having to brute force it now to get through that and check again. Like, hey, what's your distance to the destination? Is it, you know, within a certain acceptable range, or do you need to try to find a path there again? And when I tell it to find another path, it keeps going. So it's almost like there's a limited, maybe navmesh is cold away. Maybe. How can I test that? You see that navmesh visualization in Engine. I mean, press P? In Engine or in testing? Yeah, I mean, I'm showing the navmesh now, and from what I can see, everything looks fine. Hold on. Give it a second, it's finishing building nav. Okay, there it is. So this is the point that he has to get to. And this, I'll just go at a decent speed. Is one of the paths he can take. And he can get across there. He can get across here as well, even if this weren't available. Or here. And then he's gonna go to this location. You know, it's all fairly flat ground. Looks like I'm playing editor. I could sim. Static and dynamic changes earlier. I checked that. I don't think so. We changed the level barriers, but he can get through the level barriers fine. I don't know if the nav mesh can get cold, but it doesn't seem to be cold. The only thing that would make relative sense is if there was a distance limit on that move to calculation. And I'm not sure if there is one. No, I mean, you can throw any theory out there at this point because we don't know what the issue is. Maybe but not due to move to. Pathfinder. Yeah, I mean, it all looks fine. You shouldn't have any issues getting there. Nor the weird additions from trees. Show pathfinding script. So, yeah, he can move back without a problem, which is really weird to me. I really don't get it. So basically, if should be stopped is set to false, meaning he should be moving right now. He's going to grab a new point based on the opposite point from where he just came and move to it. And then when he gets to that point, we do some logic, right? Based on certain factors. And I even tested it, and the same thing occurred with much simpler. And so I wrote a new script, which was just get the spawn point, get the actor location, and move to it, and that's it. With this new test character, right? Blank character with a cube for visualization. Exact same thing happened. Which it's either this or something with navmesh that I don't know. And it was occurring in a build or in a version of the game from a month ago, but instead of stopping here, he would stop here. With assumedly, and from what I could see, the exact same issue. Different location of points. Of the point that he wants to move to, like the vector location of where he wants to move to. How to trigger him in editor? Oh, do you have the project open right now? Okay, so just spam 0 on the numpad until you get past the make any potion. I mean, you can just spam it until all of the tutorials with no numpad. You would have to complete the tutorial stuff until you got the one for making a potion. You could always switch the hotkeys too in the player blueprint if you want. Yeah, just do it that way. They should be hard coded in here, so you can just change them to something else. But either way, whatever you change it to, just change the just spam whatever button until all the tutorials are gone. That'll enable him to spawn. And then press whatever key you change to give yourself a couple test potions. At least one. Give it to him, he'll run away, and you can just follow him. But at the very least, my brute force method of getting him to keep moving does seem to work. So if we can seem to find a resolution, we can push these changes. what a mess this is. I'm not even going to touch any of the other logic here. Just run this. I mean, either way, we have a fix for it. It's not very clean, but it also shouldn't cause any errors. We'll see. Come on, Blue Dick Boy. Get back in your holding cell. Let me try to get him to spawn normally and see where he ends up. It is frustrating though, isn't it? How to get in positions if I didn't make any? What do you mean? Like to move to? Yeah, so he comes to the hut. I wanted to go away. So whatever you changed the input to give yourself a test potion, did you change that one at all or no? You can give him. You can just make any potion and just give it to him. It doesn't have to be a good one or not. Just grab like 2 ingredients and just throw them in the cauldron. Ooh. Oh. Come on. Get the moan. Ooh, shit. think it hit the ground. How has that not been 10? There it is. Oh no, I wanted to hear it. Okay, whatever. Okay, take my shitty potion. Run away. Bye-bye. He really loves this bush. Did you get it to work, Cuthbert? Interesting. Yeah, it's like there's like a path limit or something. Because when it debugs and shows the nav mesh that is being, I guess, is being used, the nav mesh cells that are being used when moving from point to point, it did stop there. It's like there's a maximum number of cells allowed for navigation. Wonder if I can count them. If anybody is using Godot to make games, there is a nice bundle and humble bundle to learn. Take shitty potion. I'm gonna pause it. Oh, I can't, if I'm, okay. It won't show those if I'm ejected. Looks like Move 2 is making subtasks and it has a task limit. What I was thinking. Yeah, I saw the same thing, that it didn't it wasn't even navving further. Got to 18 out of 19. But if you get it to recalculate, it works. It, you know, it keeps going. Wait, okay, so hold on. Okay, let's see something. Because I have the code in here to brute force it, right? So more like navmesh loading, or at least loading into AI system. If I can force him, because I'll look at the number of tasks that he has. After he gets to the point, after that hiccup, I'll be curious to see how many it's loaded in for, you know, the run back, right? I didn't think there would be any, like, limit. Yeah, I see that new. See that now. That out of 18. 2 to 3. 3 to 4. 4 to 5. I wonder if it's so I wonder, okay, so I wonder if it's this, if it calculates tasks by essentially points that it takes, and if there's some limit of 18, if that's somehow some maximum in either the navmesh settings or something else. And so it wasn't occurring when we didn't have as complex of landscape, and so the number of points needed to get to the final location were smaller. But now that it takes over 18 individual point-to-point movements, it's essentially as far as it can go. Because where he's going to stop, it's going to be right here. And here's my brute force. 11 additional tasks, so a total of 29, or, you know, movements, let's put it that way. Won't be able to follow him back here. He's on 8 to 9. To 10. And to 11. And he's there. And he's about to be on his way back. 24. So 18 is not the limit. It's just... Who knows? Who knows? I have one thing that I could try, because I'm kind of curious about it. I mean, as far as I know, he shouldn't have any problem getting back from here. Let me try something. I'm gonna get him to come to the hut. I don't think this is gonna make any difference, but can't hurt. Basically just gives time for something to warm up. I'm desperate at this point, so I'm trying anything. We've loaded in those areas for sure. Don't know why I don't have a... Same issue. Goes up to 18 points and... Runtime. You have any theories what it might be? I love it. Why do have so many people in chat right now just watching me debug? Blue Dick Boy. Need more time? I mean, I don't think it would be anything within generation, right? It's not an issue with the generation of the nav mesh. It's an issue with well, we don't even know what it is. We don't even know what it is at this point. Yeah. But it's like it can find the actor just fine. It knows what actor it needs to move to, and if it can find the actor, it should find the location. So... But the AI can path that long. Because it works when he's coming back. And he takes the same path coming back that he took to get there. I used to start him on that hill and he was able to go to the hut no problem. Maybe he can reuse already cached path. Does it cache paths like that? Because we used to start him up on the hill. Yeah, I just don't even know at this point, right? Okay, I'm gonna try putting down the test character. Oh, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. 1 to 14. And this is a further distance than Blue Dick Boy has to move. Much further distance. I think it's gonna be short. Yeah. By the way, were you able to detach yourself so you could fly above and still see the generated meshes for the path? Or do you pretty much just have to follow along with him? I mean, this looks like the successful move, so... It's having a little bit of an issue here. Yeah, no worries. Look, right now, the brute force solution works. So, we have it fixed. I'm just super curious what is the reason for this happening. But the good news is we have a solution that is not ideal, but it is working. So in terms of importance, I guess the problem is solved. But we don't know what the problem was in the first place. I don't like that one. That one's only an hour long. Okay, that's fine. We will just keep going. Keep going. We can ignore Blue Dick Boy. Whatever's causing the problem, we at least have a way around it. I think nav on these is okay-ish. Hey Luigi, how's it going? It is... Well, you came at a good time, because we just kind of moved past a problem that's been haunting us for the last, like, 2 or 3 hours. And we still don't know what the cause is. That is what we can call an unknown unknown. keep them off there. That'll work. Okay, keep them off of there, and then I wanted to put in a little bit of safety to prevent them from prevent players from falling down and getting stuck. So just like another rock. I mean, this would probably be filled in, right? Let's just paint grass on the whole thing. I don't see any reason why grass wouldn't grow on this here. I'm kind of with down here, but whatever. Sorry guys for that nav issue today. That's not really what you guys wanted to watch, but... it was confusing, let's put it that way. Okay, we have some time left. I do want to implement this because I think this is pretty high value. Press H during certain tutorial objectives to open helper widget. That should be pretty easy. We don't have any database to control tutorial right now, right? Just have enums for tutorial stages. We have done our tutorial in a pretty shitty basic way. I don't really want to refactor it to get this working. I kind of just want to brute force it into here. Oh my god, this looks so bad. But it would be much easier if we did have a data table where I could just have a boolean of, or even an enum of just open, you know, helper widget opens to this, and then basically we can check if that enum value is something other than the default, and if so, when the player presses H, open up to that page. As it stands now, we'll have to brute force it just a little bit. But it can be done. It can be done. It's gonna look really stupid. Okay, first person blueprints, character. H. H doesn't do anything in builds, right? No. Okay, we're gonna want to... Basically the same logic that we used to trigger it in the settings. Escape menu. It's part of the escape menu, it's the helper widget, so we need to open up the escape menu. Sorry. We'd still have to pause the game. Bless you, thank you. Thank you for that. Ocean. Taco proto level barriers. Open inventory. This is the one thing I think we put in the player's controller. I think. I don't remember where we put it. Escape. In here somewhere. Aha. Here it is. Oh, we do force it here. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit hacky. Let's just see if that works. Yeah, I mean that's functional. The only problem is that the player can do that pretty much at any point, and that would be a little bit of a problem. I need to set up a boolean in here. Be opened by a helper. That's true. If the player closes it, and it was opened by a helper, not resume, it would be the exit button on. Okay, hold on, I need to move this out of here. Where's the helper widget? Where is it? It was a separate class, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, here it is. Git branch. If true, otherwise, just going to set input mode, hit controller. The only problem is allowing the player to use this anywhere could get dangerous if okay, hold on. This is really hacked in. That game paused. Basically, when we call this, we need to get player controller. mouse cursor. Get show mouse cursor. We need to do that. Get the helper widget. So bad. Okay, do not do this. Do not do the same thing this way. Okay, this is the wrong way to set this up. This is a hacky solution that is very easy to break and cause other things to break. Absolutely horrendous way to do it. Should just force the helper widget open without opening the pause menu. Why is that still opening the pause menu? Because we're making the escape menu. But it should be setting the escape menu border to the collapse. That's weird. Set escape menu visible, but then set the border to collapsed. Definitely not visible there. Open via hotkey. Oh, it's because these need to be reversed. That's why. My bad. That visibility self. This looks so... Oh, this looks so bad. My patience has run out. I think we need to set input mode game in UI. I think. Or else stuff like the alchemy table won't work. But man, I could be wrong. There might be too many variations of this to just kind of like hack it in. Especially with like the NPC or when there's another widget open for any reason. I don't know why the blur is still there. I know why. I mean, we could set the Z order of it to be really, really high. I'm not sure that'll work. And like the player has other things open. Yeah, it's because it's not technically. In that aspect works. The reason it's not here is because we'd have to tell it to increase its Z order. Or the canvas panel slot. I'd almost have to make it a separate aspect rather than being a part of the escape menu widget itself, which it never really should have been in the first place. It really should just be a separate widget entirely. That would be pretty easy to decouple. There isn't really much logic between the two. That way I can force it to be on top when the player opens it. But I should be able to do that either way. Why wouldn't I? Input. What might be causing? Could be when it's actually generated and added to the things that are newer to the hierarchy appear on top, because escape menu is created at the start of the game, but the widget, the alchemy widget's only created the first time you interact with the table. Naturally, it's going to be higher than the helper widget. Wait, where is the escape menu? Maybe part of the game HUD. Yeah. Well, I should be able to adjust the order in here. That's 10. I mean, we could put the alchemy stuff on here. What would that break if I did that? Ooh, how much would that break? It might not break anything if I do that. Let's see. We'll just revert it if it fucked up. But do we destroy the alchemy HUD when we close the alchemy table? We do destroy them. Okay, so this should hopefully not cause any bugs. It immediately causes a bug. Love it. Good thing there's no bug there. I feel like I've created more bugs today than I fixed. Uninteract. Right click. I actually don't see the reason why that would be failing here. Trace is working. Not even spitting any errors. It's something around here. No, just go to the next. Find a way. Find a way. Got some shit to do? Yeah, me too. Same. If we already spawn it, then on interact, we just need to set it to visible. It should solve the problem. We'll see. Yeah. Except I can't interact with that button. Why? Something is setting me to input mode game only. That shouldn't occur. Oh. I'm just breaking things today. Jesus. We're searching top level only. That's why. Solve that issue. Those are solved-ish. It's the viewport. Uninteract. So we're trying to add it to the viewport? Uninteract? Yeah, it is already in the viewport, that's true. I could probably add it to the viewport, the viewport here. Okay, that'll work. That'll fix that error. Stretch. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you, Zephyrus. I do need that. Oh. This is almost done. Zephyrus, how you doing? Oh, better. Okay, no more stretches. We're dying. Actually, we have to conserve our energy. This is my afternoon break. You gonna be available tomorrow for the Kickstarter reviews? That is tomorrow, right? April 30th? We have the right day? Yeah, it's tomorrow. Ooh, I'm excited. If you guys are just tuning in and you haven't seen our stream before, we do Kickstarter reviews at the end of the month. And we get wasted. We get wasted, we expose a bunch of scams. It's a lot of fun. Heads at 5 meetings? Fuck meetings. Actually, I have a lot of meetings. I have a few meetings on these days off here. A lot of meetings here. Why are those buttons not activatable? You think when the player interacts with the table, we set it. Yeah, we do set input mode game in UI. Unless there's something overriding that, but there shouldn't be. Collapsed, not hit testable, collapsed, not hit testable. Everything is collapsed. Only ever did Star Citizen this Kickstarter. 10 years later and still no single player game. 10 years later. So true. What if it's something on the alchemy HUD? Our list has collapsed. Collapsed. What's consuming my input here? I mean, I wish there was a way to... There probably is some way. Why am I not able to... Why can't I click those buttons? Oh God. Oh, this is broken so much. Okay, we know we're reverting this. This is breaking way too much. Sorry, but quick opening the helper widget is not as simple as I thought it would be. Still something we should do, but probably something I'll save for after digital dragons. I want minimally buggy game, as you know, as minimal as possible for giving to publishers. Because if they play it and there's bugs, it could be painful. Helper widget needs to be reverted. And the first person character. Here's the helper widget. I think for now, the least I could do is just put some text in the... Okay. Just crash. That works too. I could put some text in the tutorial widget and just say, hey, there's more to read about this in the helper widget. You know, something like that. Would you like to reopen them? No. No, thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't want to reopen them. Oh. Blue Dick Boy is spamming the log with something. I need to turn that off. Okay, the only slight trouble is that it isn't rich text. I couldn't make it rich text. Just because I was going to make it so that there was a little bit of extra text at the end of, hey, there's more info in the helper. Well, I could still do it. So, yeah, I could still do it. I'll just go like this: T helper recording. More info available in helper widget. Ape you. Adding on top of N, size 16. That can be too small. shouldn't say helper widget, I should say game guide. And if it's going to take 2 lines, I might as well use all 2 lines. So default, this will be collapsed. And then we'll do a boolean in here. B show guide warning. Set visibility. Select. And yeah, I'll just do it before this. That'll be easiest. Okay, that tutorial text, then in here we can just say if there's a guide warning. So we'll just go one by one and try to remember if we put guide info on that or not. I guess we could take a screenshot or something. Give controls through processing. So essentially these. Okay, select first ingredients. You have guide warning, that. Discover ingredient types. I mean, I think we put info about ingredient types in there. No, not really. Missions. Interact with alchemy table. I think for everything related to the alchemy table, we're just going to show the guide. Because we have info about everything in there. So I'm just going to be showing it the whole time, essentially. Okay, we don't need to show it for, like, for this one. I think that's fine. Types, ingredients collected. Good enough. Yeah, I mean, that Boolean's working. That's at least, I guess, something. But this is going to be a bit more complicated than I thought. Gamepad support is going to be post pitch build. Something to look into. I don't know if I want to get any deeper into developing anything today, especially because tomorrow we have Kickstarter reviews tomorrow, and then Wednesday through Friday I am off because they're holidays here, and I need that time to do some work stuff. I have a bunch of meetings with some people. However, we can do one other thing today, which is a reaction to a video. One that Lazy Fangs sent in. I think Lazy Fangs is here, lurking. I like to call people out. Oh, what's the pitch? We haven't done the pitch yet. Pitch will be April 19th. We still have some work to do to prepare it. I have to add in one more slide, the pitch deck. Yeah, I think it'll be 20th through 21st are probably going to be where most of my pitch days are. And then we'll be sending in the pitch deck and the build to other publishers around the world. Thankfully not yet, but it'll be soon. We're going to just do some final cleanup on these days. And I think I'm going to do a content lock somewhere around here so that we can just fix any bugs we need, do some last minute things, and then I'm going to be printing everything out this week. 688 bullshit weekly update emails, still waiting for it. What's up, Twitch Dog? Okay, where was this video? What are lazy fangs? Which one did you send? Oh wait, I think he sent it in private messages. Hold on. The language of color in games. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Probably off gooning, probably. But he sent this video, only 10 minutes. I think that's a pretty good one to do. Before I do that, let's get all of this updated into the... what did I do? Fixed things with collision and river. Fixed fucked up bug with NPC and failing to path because he's an idiot. Updated tutorial to let player know about game guide. I don't know, some other stuff. Probably I forgot. Good enough. Whatever. Okay, let's watch this. Yeah, we're all good. The language of color in games. I didn't know color could speak. Okay, start.
As you can probably tell from my dress sense, I don't place a lot of importance on colour.
Yeah, me
but
neither.
I do find it interesting that with no apparent discussion or collusion on the subject, video games have developed their own unique colour language. Isn't it interesting how, in the world of
Okay, yeah.
Live service gear grinding that green means uncommon, purple means rare, and orange means
But I think that started, correct me if I'm wrong, but that started with ARPGs and games like Diablo, looter shooters like Borderlands. These were the really popular games that set the standard for loot rarity. Somebody in chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was like Diablo and Borderlands that really set this in stone. And usually there was differences between like white and blue as rare and stuff, and then it was, and that was more like Diablo. Borderlands added in green for, it was really like Borderlands 1. Yeah. Yeah. Green, blue, purple, and then they did the shades of yellow to orange. And then they added in the pink or was it effervescent? But either way, it was the white, green, blue, purple, orange, or Borderlands 1. And I think from what I understand, this is pretty much the standard nowadays.
super rare. Why is that always the case?
Borderlands
Who
one.
decided that? I
Borderlands.
don't remember participating in a vote, but this is just scratching the surface. Interface designers
Yeah,
have long
they
been
did.
able to employ specific colors to instantly convey certain concepts to the player.
It's simple. I mean, the reason why like loot colors stay that way is because it became popular, and so now it's easier for players to not have to learn something new. It's just familiarity. It's the same reason why when you play a new shooter game, the controls are pretty much the same as any other shooter game. I don't remember which game, normalized like WASD and some things like that, but it's the same thing. It's just when one game becomes popular enough and makes a good change that people seem to universally enjoy and are used to, that becomes the new standard. And that happens with controls, it happens with mechanics, it happens with colors, it happens with sounds, everything.
With no
It's
additional
familiarity.
explanation required. So let's go through and define what every color has come to
And
mean.
this isn't just a game thing, by the way. This happens all over the place. It happens with cars, it happens with new phones, with changes to software. I mean, you can see similarities in software updates between like Windows and Apple OS, Mac OS. It's the exact same thing. It's just familiarity. People like familiarity. It is a very positive feeling that people have. They can try something new without it being completely new, right? It's the same reason that game-changing hardware, especially like wearable hardware, if it doesn't have a degree of familiarity, it's very hard for new adopters to not only for it to attract new adopters, but for people to get into it.
in video games. I'd wager the device surveyed every single person watching this on what video game element they associate with the color red. About 95% of you would say health, and only because 4% of you are rabid contrarians, and the other 1% would zone out or die before I'm finished talking. You know damn well that health bars are red.
Yeah.
Some games try to be different. Sometimes green
Well,
makes
part of that's just because it's blood. I mean, not only is that just, it's standard, but it makes sense that when something has lost all of its blood, it is no longer alive. So we use a color associated with health. And that, it's the same thing with like, Geneva Convention, is that a medic plus, the medic health plus sign is red. It's standard not just in games, but around the world in non-game settings as well.
a spirited play for health thanks to the association with first aid kits. Sometimes troublemakers like Castlevania try to pull off using red hearts for weapon energy, but we all know they're out on a
That's
limb.
true.
There's a simple reasoning behind this. You know when you lose health? You know that funny liquid that comes out of you when that happens?
Yeah.
What color is it?
It's
yeah,
red.
I think we're done here.
Yeah.
Green has historically been all over the place, much like bogeys on the underside of a school desk. As I said, it's sometimes taken health duties. If you see green numbers appear over your health bar, one tends to assume that health is being restored. But counterintuitively, green is also shorthand for poison, especially if it's in gaseous form or leaking out of a pipe or a barrel with a radiation symbol on the front. Also, if we're dealing with a color-coded elemental damage system like in Pokemon or Persona, green has been known to fill in as poison, acid, plant, and even wind on occasion, presumably because water/ice already took blue. In more recent years, thanks in part to landmark trendsetters like Dark Souls and Zelda Breath of the Wild, green has enjoyed a comfortable niche as stamina, which again makes sense if you think about it. Stamina, energy, green energy, renewable power, and is also the color of the Mountain Dew you drink to get it back. Blue is an interesting one. In a fantasy setting, blue is inevitably used for the mana bar because of its association with mysticism and deep, weighty, faraway concepts like the eerie majesty of the ocean, the distant sky, the gentle...
But then you have to ask yourself, why is blue associated with like mystic and magical things? And I don't know. I'm not too sure about that. I'm not too sure if there's like some old movie or game that really... Again, it all comes down to familiarity. So what was the first game that really started to push the trend of using blue as mana? I don't know, probably some super old dungeon crawlers, right? Like Ultima or something. Blue Flames, maybe. Or just like old wizards' robes were blue, right? Like the when somebody thinks of, oh, wizard robes, it's blue. Sky and ocean are really unfamiliar environments. Hey, Wamst. I mean, the color, I guess the color is interesting. Unfamiliar to humans. But do you think that the color of like magic and mana, like mana especially being associated with blue, is related to the sky and to the ocean? Or do you think it's primarily just because some really old game used blue as for mana, and now we just associate it with that because everybody else has used it since then? Blue stands out. It does stand out. It's also it's a primary color. So when you're working with like blue, yellow, and red, red, blue, and yellow, it is another primary color. So red and blue sit really well next to each other for contrast. My theory's a stretch. I don't know. I mean, I think there are a lot of things where it depends on context a little bit, but then it also depends on who was the trendsetter. Just like when he talked about the loot colors, right? For me, it was Borderlands that has become the trendsetter for modern loot colors.
Moonlight. Also, in contrast to red, it's a colour not usually found in natural biology. Eviscerate some poor bastard in a grassy meadow, and blue is the colour you're least likely to see. But in non-magical settings, I'd say blue is most often associated with shields and armour, like the powered shield in Halo.
That's fair.
Again, probably because of its calming effect and contrast with red. If bullets are hitting and you're still seeing blue, then you can relax, the shield's holding. If the blue goes away, and the red jam starts appearing around the edges of your vision, that's when you need to worry.
Purple.
When it's not taking over poison duties because green is busy being stamina somewhere, purple tends to be video game shorthand for dark. Normally black would be the obvious pick for dark, but if a game has a generally colourful tone or wants you to be able to actually see things, it'll usually add a purple tint. Nintendo do this a lot. I'm specifically thinking of Metroid Prime 2, where you had the ability to switch from the light world to the dark world. Except dark, in this context, apparently meant looks like the part of Wonka's chocolate factory where he grows the inflation fetish berries. Now we're getting to the broader world of video game culture, because brown is a colour more associated with an era than with game mechanics, namely the PS3 360 era of, quote, gritty realism, when the preponderance of World War II settings and comically over-serious tones, inherited from games like Quake and Gears of War, serious...
Killzone was fun. Man, I miss the old Killzone games. Those were good games.
The "Take me seriously, mum, this Nine Inch Nails
resistance.
logo on my folder is part of who I am" sense of the word meant everything had to look like it was made of chocolate and cement dust, like the part of Wonka's factory where he stashes the bodies of the shitty kids.
I mean, I don't know if I would say, though, that purple and brown are... They don't have anything mechanically tied to them in terms of color usage, right? There's no, you know, red and blue are great ones. Talking about, like, loot colors, that's a great one, but I'm not sure if there's much to be added. In cutscene you've added to your game? Which cutscene? Oh, you mean this?
As regular viewers will know, magenta is the term I use for a more recent trend in mainstream video games that I suspect came about as a direct response to the brown era. It refers to games such as Overwatch, Fortnite, and Bleeding Edge that present a punky, free-spirited, bohemian aesthetic, despite being cynical, corporate, committee-designed, sexless, overly polished guff. Typically, this is brought across with an exaggerated Disney-Pixar-adjacent art style with lots of smug facial expressions, trendy music, trailers with lots of freeze frames on characters as their names appear at an angle in an edgy font, and splashes of bright neon color, including, but not limited to, magenta.
But now we've moved on from talking about how game mechanics are related to colors and just talking about how magenta is a bright color seen in games that want to be bright. Like, yes, here's your blue.
At least one character to have magenta hair, and bonus points if it's a partial buzz cut. Actually, I've noticed a growing...
Okay, I will say, the partial buzz cut hairstyle is seen way too commonly in games these days, and I really don't understand why.
Points if it's a partial buzz cut. Actually, I've noticed a growing trend in indie games for characters with cyan hair, reference Sea of Stars, Pepper Grinder, and Hyper Light Breaker.
I think it's just because it's being inspired by anime to some extent. And one of the things people associate with anime is very brightly colored hair. Usually on the women, but oftentimes on the men too.
Yeah, which may well be a response to magenta. So now all we need is a trend for yellow, and we've got everything we need to refill a
yellow.
color printer. Oh, speaking of...
Yeah.
Yellow is hard to pin down. You could make an argument for it representing money in some contexts.
Also where you need to climb and things you need to destroy.
And its growing popularity as a color of spray paint to put on ledges indicates that it has some connections to utility in people's minds. But for me, the more interesting recurring association, and you're going to have to come out on a limb with me here, is manipulating the space-time continuum. In games where some kind of wondrous substance is used for teleportation stroke time travel purposes, my observation has been that said substance has a good chance of being yellow. Examples: Half-Life, the anomalous crystal that causes the resonance cascade and creates portals to Zen, is yellow. Singularity, the mysterious element E99 that fuels the time manipulation device, is yellow. Time Shift, the player's prototype time-traveling suit, has prominent glowing yellow bits, as seen on the cover art. Prince of Persia, the titular sands of time, are yellow because it's sand. Idiot. Red Dead Redemption, using the Deadeye ability that slows time down to a crawl, causes the screen to become tinted with yellow. I've no idea how this association came about. It goes way back. In obscure early LucasArts adventure game Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders, a yellow crystal is used for teleportation. And if, like me, you're of a fanciful bent, you might wonder if the yellow minerals from Zack McCracken, Half-Life, Singularity, and Prince of Persia might all be the same thing. One of these days I should dredge up my old abandoned project to create a video game equivalent of the Walls-Newton family, or League of Extraordinary Gentlemen style massive crossover canon. It was always fun to think about, and I'd love to share my theories. Does the medic from Team Fortress 2 wear red and white flowing garments because he's a former member of the Assassin Order? Is the ghost-killing flashlight from Alan Wake related to the ghost-killing flashlight from Luigi's Mansion, or the ghost-killing camera flash from Fatal Frame? Do they all employ the same chemical process derived from the ghost-killing root beer from Monkey Island? Sorry, I got overexcited there. Do let us know in the comments if you can think of any video game color associations I missed, so you can post, "Ooh, surprised he forgot to mention ... like the smug little twat you are." Oh, and also if you can figure out the connection between Master Belch and the Great Mighty Pooh.
Okay, I mean, this didn't really go into much detail about why we associated or trying to nail down the original culprits of the sources of these, right? Yeah, not talking about how red meaning explosive barrels. Video is almost all presentation and not content. Yeah, it really is. It's like Every time I thought it would actually get into something interesting, it just didn't ever go there. Okay, let's watch one from Tim Kaine because this will be good. Player expectations.
Hi everyone,
Hi, Tim.
it's me, Tim. Today I want to talk about player expectations. And what I mean by that is when you're making a game, you have to somehow convey to people what this game is going to be, and they're going to form expectations of what they're going to get, and that is really, really tough to manage. And I'm going to
Not only is it tough to manage, in some cases it is not even the fault of the developers. Oh, I mean, this is such a great idea to talk about this with Tim. Tim has the best ideas for videos. Okay, so player expectations is something that I struggle with all the fucking time. And it's something that is still, it's always been a problem. It's going to continue to be a problem. And in my opinion, it's becoming more of a problem because of more manipulative marketing practices from publishers and from developers who want to lie to you to get money, right? The moment they hype something up, I mean, Battlefield 5, Starfield is a good example, Cyberpunk. Anytime you say your game is going to be one thing, and for a good majority of players, or a good subset of players, it isn't that thing that you said it would be, boom, player expectation different from what the reality is, right? And it's really difficult to do even if you're trying to do it properly, right? Because let's put it this way. I'm going to say a concept of, okay, I have a game idea where you shoot aliens. Every single idea that everybody in chat has had is different from my idea in some way, either major or minor, right? And the moment I've said that, I've tried to be simple, but in being simple, I haven't been specific. And because I haven't been specific, we now all have different ideas of the same base concept. And that can happen both with, this isn't like Halo. I mean, yes, exactly. It's like, okay, I thought you meant this. I thought the game was going to be like this. It isn't. It was like this instead. And it can happen on a small scale. It can happen on a large scale. It can be just different expectations between small systems or how something looks. And, you know, developers and publishers are constantly trying to fix this by seeing if there's common rhetoric and putting out a statement that, oh, just, you know, a heads up, a PSA, our game isn't going to have this, or here's our roadmap so that you can set expectations for the content that's going to come and the content that we'd like to push into. They might put out a new trailer. You can absolutely unintentionally paint yourself into a corner. That's a really good thing to add to it, where now players are expecting this one thing and they're going to be disappointed if they aren't, because maybe they've thought of an idea as a community that, oh, it must mean that this is going to happen, right? And it's like, well, I hate to say it, but you guys have come to the wrong conclusion, and sadly, the reality is worse than what you've come up with. And so now you are either like, okay, do I have to give them the bad news, or do I try to make the game in this way that they want without telling them? I mean, there's so many things. I mean, No Man's Sky, right? You had Sean Murray saying, yeah, there's gonna be multiplayer. There you go. Way different expectations from what is reality, because he didn't want to deliver the bad news. Oh, this is such a good topic, and I think it's a good theory as to why there is no Half-Life 3. It could be. Yeah, I mean, absolutely could be. And you could even argue that that is the right thing to do, where if you've made that game that is 11 out of 10, that is a trendsetter, one of the most memorable, excellent games in history, can you actually top that? And if you're like, well, I don't know if we can, maybe it is better to just, okay, that's it. That's where the story ends. Impossible expectation, yeah. It's impossible to meet, so just maybe we don't destroy the franchise. We just let it live, and we let people create their fan mods, their fan games, their theories, because at least at that point, players aren't going to be disappointed with the official next, part of this franchise. Such a good topic. We're not even 30 seconds in, so let's let Tim continue. Leave it to people's nostalgia. Yeah, and there's a strong argument for that. I kind of agree with it.
Really tough to manage, and I'm going to talk about like how you go about trying to do it, what some of the problems are, and why sometimes new IP makes it easier and sometimes it makes it harder. So, and yes, I apologize. The dog is at my feet and snoring
Hams, thank you for the follow, man.
really loudly in this video. So let's talk about how you try to manage player expectations. Until the game ships.
Okay, just because I like to put my theory out there first, I know I'm pausing. In my opinion, and we'll see if Tim agrees, disagrees, or tells me I'm stupid. In my opinion, the best way to manage expectations is to, at all points, or as many points as possible. Well, it's going to sound like there are sometimes where it's okay not to do what I'm about to say, but let's just put it this way. Just be truthful. Just be truthful, be open, share your game, but manage the expectations by being truthful and talking about what's going to be in there, what you're not sure about, what you're exploring, what you've explored and didn't have success with. Just be open, because the more you show of your game, the more people can understand what you're trying to make, what you're aiming to make. But even then, it's not perfect.
Or get close to shipping, you will use probably interviews. Marketing tends not to be done till later.
Interviews are a good way.
But interviews are a very narrow bandwidth. It's, people want to come and talk to you about your game, but frequently they want to talk to you about other things too. What do you think about this thing going on
But
in the
not
industry?
everybody
What do you
watches
think about
interviews.
where you're working? What do you think about this other game that came out? And you want to talk about your game, but you have no control in those interviews how it will be edited later.
Yeah.
So frequently you find yourself saying a long explanation and they pull this one sentence out and that's what gets out. So then when you finally do have more control over marketing, you have to remember marketing costs money, and marketing comes more towards the end of the production cycle.
I think that to some extent Tim is right, but to some extent Tim is also working in the traditional form of marketing, where, this is a really big topic in games right now, right? Where I think the Larian... Oh god, who is he from Larian? He's either like the product owner or somebody in charge of the community. I don't remember who, but yeah, for BG3, what does he do there? It's not Sven. It was somebody from there, and I need to react to it. This guy. I don't know what role he has on the team. I actually forget, but I think he works as marketing. And basically, recently he said that marketing is dead, right? And I don't think that's true, but I think that when it depends on the semantics of the word, right? Where marketing is 100% not dead, especially for games. But it depends on how you define the word marketing. Because the way that he defines it and the way that he talks about the way that they've marketed Baldur's Gate 3, I still think is marketing. It just isn't traditional marketing. It isn't the way that Tim's even using it here, where you have interviews, you do ads, you make trailers and stuff. That is more like traditional marketing. That is about return. It's about conversion, rates between different platforms, and if you're trying to get clicks on something. I think what we're doing with Cauldron Chronicles, by making these streams, what you're watching right now is a form of marketing. Boomer marketing, I guess that's a good way to put it. Marketing is not dead, and marketing is still very much alive, but the way that we're trying to do it is organic marketing, right? By here's our game, here's us developing it. If you like it, follow our streams for more. If once we have a Steam page, we're going to be asking people to wishlist if they want. That's all marketing. It's just not done in the traditional form of spend money, get ad placement, talk to journalists, get interviews, things like that, right? Which is more old school style. Hey, we're going to go to E3. We're going to have our 1 hour on games, on GameSpot. That's old school, and I think it's starting to die out a bit, and I think that's exactly what he means here. We can talk about this thread too, but it is pretty long. There's a lot to talk about. Let's just keep going with Tim, you know, but understand that Tim is more speaking of like traditional marketing as opposed to modern forms of like organic marketing or viral marketing that you get with like posting, adding the sex update to Cult of the Lamb type of thing, right? Which is very viral, very funny, easy marketing, and Devolver is great at that.
When the game is almost ready to come out, because then you have more to show and you can show things, but a lot of people have already formed an expectation by then. They've heard the name of your game, they saw a single solitary
one screenshot, one trailer is enough to form an opinion, which is why when you do finally do like traditional marketing, that first impression is huge. And it's the same reason we don't have a Steam page right now, is because I know when I put up the Steam page, it's going to get views, and if people look at it and they see shitty prototype screenshots, they're never going to click back. Look, it's Tim, yeah, exactly. He's just staring at you guys. But yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why I don't have a Steam page is because I know it's going to set expectations, and right now the game is not in a final visual quality, and I don't want to misrepresent the game and make it so that when people see it, they think that that's what it's going to be, and that's how it's going to look like, and then it changes, you know, 6 months later. They're not going to click on it again.
still add. They maybe heard a clip from an interview and they have formed an opinion of what you're making. Now, yes, I just have to say right now, the reason this is important is a lot of players will love or hate a game based on how closely it matches their expectations. Yes. And because those expectations are hard to manage, and you often end up with people who dislike your game for reasons that weren't at all what you said you were going to do.
I mean,
so the best marketing.
I mean, there's a lot to be said there where one poorly translated or one misrepresent. It's the game of telephone. You guys know the game of telephone. You might also have a different name for it in your country, but I think every country roughly has the same idea where you get a whole bunch of people, you sit in a circle, and one person thinks of a short sentence, right? And then they whisper it into the ear of the player to like their right or left, like Chinese whispers. Exactly. And it keeps going around until the last person whispers it back to the original individual. And we see how much it's, I mean, who cares about being politically correct? The last person hears it and it's funny. You see how much it's changed because of either people willingly doing it, which is, again, just human nature, right? Willingly misrepresenting it because you want to be malicious, accidentally misrepresenting it because you maybe forgot something or whatever happened that day, you just thought of it differently, or you make yourself believe something that isn't true and you spread that lie around. Makes me wonder if it's better to just dump all the marketing out at the same time instead of over time. I think there's two problems with that, where most people don't have enough time in the world to like dive that deeply into it. And so building it up over time keeps it in people's minds. And I would say regardless of what happened with Starfield, Bethesda is really good at time frames, usually, of like announcing a game and starting to talk about what it's going to be before it releases. Now, the only thing that they fucked up recently, well, they fucked up a lot recently, but with the announcement of Elder Scrolls 6, right? But when they are ready to talk about their game, they have screenshots, they have videos, they have interviews, and it's consistent, and it's within a relatively short amount of time before release that you get a pretty good understanding of what the game's going to be before it comes out. Again, Starfield, we can, talk about that because that's its own thing. But having that time gives you little snippets of like 10, 15-minute videos to watch and to talk about it with your friends and build hype. But again, then you have to manage expectation over a longer period of time. And if people start to expect one thing and it starts to snowball out of control without the developers or publisher reeling that back in by saying, hey guys, just so you know, the game isn't going to have this. And I think developers and publishers, mostly publishers, are afraid of doing that because they know that it's killing hype a little bit. But I think that in the long run, that's much better because then you don't have game coming out with expectations here and player coming out with expectations here, or reality here versus expectations here.
In the world can't stop people from hearing one thing, imagining something else,
Yes.
and then blaming their imagination on the developers or the publishers. I'm not saying, by the way, that deceptive marketing doesn't happen,
Oh,
and that
it
people
100%
say
happens.
deliberately vague or deceptive
Yeah.
things in interviews. I try not to do that, but I have found that even though I won't say
It's
something,
still
people
impossible.
will assume something.
Yes.
Now, this is the point where I've got to talk about the elephant in the room, where people talk about how the commonly used phrase "from the makers of" or "from the developers of."
Oh my god, yes, I fucking hate this. Okay, I'll put it out simply. Great game comes out. Larian makes Baldur's Gate 3, you guys love it. 97% positive, 96% positive. You don't understand that probably 10 to 15 on average percent of that workforce will not be working on Larian's next game. It shifts. It constantly shifts. And guess what? If a game has terrible production, which a lot of games do, you're going to have a higher percentage of turnover. You may have people that just that leave during, the middle of the project. So not even end of project turnover, but during project turnover. And at a certain point, the games that were great way back in the day, Diablo 2, StarCraft, the people that made those games are nowhere near Blizzard anymore. For good reason. So I know it's impossible because nobody knows everybody in the industry. We know Kojima, right? We know Sven because these are, Richard Garriott. I mean, these are big names, right? But we don't know the people that probably had a big impact on like how a game looks, how a game functions. And that's a big problem for me. That's a big problem as a developer and a studio owner, that I'm trying to go into an industry and show off the names of individuals working on our game. But I know that it's not going to be something that most people are interested in. And it's easier for them to say, oh, Microraptor Games, oh, Blizzard, oh, CD Projekt Red. I know they made this game. I don't really need to know the people that worked on it. But really, it is the individuals that worked on it that made it into what it is. So, you can't expect greatness from a studio just because it's the same studio. I think that sometimes that's the case, but it's usually the case when you have the same people working on it. Like Supergiant Games, right, was founded and still has the same exceptional people working on it that worked on Bastion. All the way through Transistor, through Pyre, through Hades, and now Hades 2. It's the same team. But I agree with what Tim's saying here.
Or from the creator of. They think that's deceptive. And
it's not deceptive. It's just publishers know that individuals don't really know the people working on a game, so it's easier for them to say that. And it works.
And part of the reason we do that is we're trying to form an expectation in a very narrow window. We don't have, a 30-minute interview
if
to
you
go
liked
into
game
details.
A, you'll
and we
like
only
game
have,
B.
a print ad or a 15-second trailer you're going to watch, and we need to we try to make you understand what you're doing. But I understand why that phrase "from the makers, developers, creators" feels deceptive, because what does that actually mean? If you're saying here's a new game and it's from the makers of this other game, does that mean the new game setting is going to be similar? Does that mean mechanics are going to be similar? Does that mean that it has similar kinds of characters? Does it mean it has similar humor?
That is a good point. Chat, what do you guys, when you guys hear that, what is the first thing that goes through your mind when you hear from the makers of blank on a new game? Because for me, as a developer, it just allows me to associate that developer with the new thing. So I can say, okay, they previously made this. It had unique art style, good soundtrack, and it was a good game. So I can say, okay, it's probably going to have a unique style and a unique soundtrack again. and might be pretty decent because it was from the same developers. You only care if the blank game was broken. Fair. Marketing team is at it again. I mean, yeah. Because I don't associate it with like, oh, it's going to be in the same setting, right? Because usually what marketing team will do is they'll say, oh, it's from the makers of this, set in the land of Fucktopia or something. I don't know.
Does it mean all of those things? Does it have to mean all those things? And if it doesn't mean all those things, it was deceptive? I don't think so.
It's not
but
deceptive.
We're trying to draw parallels to
Fucktopia
things so that in a very tiny window, you guys have an idea of what's coming.
Yeah.
And a lot of people go, well, then just show us a trailer, an actual gameplay trailer, because a lot of games do what are called cinematic trailers, which aren't actual footage from the game. And yes, that can be deceptive. You may think the game is at a much better frame rate or has a much better detail or shows your character in the third person, but when you actually go to play, it's first person only. So I can see some of that.
Never trust cinematic
But if you're
trailers.
actually showing a 15 or 30 second in-game trailer, people still think that that can be deceptive.
It can be.
Because if you put something in because you want to show it, and then people think that's going to be all throughout the game, like you show some really cool combat with some really cool maneuvers, and then they find out...
I mean, it's absolutely true. I think you should think that the studio made a good game, therefore the next game they make should be good. Yeah, I mean, I thought that too when I was younger. And I'm not saying that... I don't know how old you are, but it's just... that is common. It was... I learned more because I became a developer, right? And I think if I was still just a gamer and I didn't know anything about game dev, I'd probably still think that. Got burned so hard by Battlefield and DICE. Battlefield 1 was good, though. I love Battlefield 1. I still think that actually, to this day, Battlefield 1 is a good Battlefield game and holds up really well. And it has some of the best sound design and some of the best maps in the Battlefield series. Not a game to what you thought. I mean, you got burned, right? So it's like you learned by just getting fucked. And I think that a lot of players are finding that out these days. Sadly. But, I mean, it's sad because it happens, but it's good because now gamers are becoming more aware of it. And so these marketing practices will start to work less and less. And it's going to be up to the marketing teams to find a new manipulative way, which they will find more manipulative ways to fake games, or they'll start being more honest, which they probably won't. But I do think that cinematic trailers and gameplay trailers can both be manipulative. Cinematic trailers are easier because it's cinematic, right? You can just make it look really good. I mean, Diablo 4 had amazing cinematic trailers. And guess what gameplay Diablo 4 had? Yeah. So, it happens. I mean, but then gameplay trailers can also be fucked up because you can mock things up, right? Oh, we want to show off this feature in the trailer even though the feature isn't there yet. So what do? They mock it up. They quickly, roughly make it look good from a single camera point of view in a single instance, and that's it. You know, oh, we have gun shooting animation and we have alien dying animation, so let's show the player shooting and show the character dying.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business venture. All right, the three of us combining our ingredients, making like one gigantic, delicious green pie. Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
Thank you, Captain Coder, for the raid with 49 people. What's up? Happy Monday. What's up, guys? Mendoza, thank you for the first time chat. What's up, guys? We're watching some Tim Kaine, and I might do a brief little rundown through some of this this marketing this marketing rant. Welcome to React Stream, exactly. And tomorrow, maybe you guys are interested. I don't want to take you away from Captain Coder stream though. We're doing Kickstarter review streams with alcohol, a lot of alcohol. And that's really fun because we expose scams, we find ChatGPT made games, and then we also find some really great games that I recommend backing. No Captain Coder stream, so you guys can, without feeling like you're like you're fucking him over. See if we can make it, that'd be awesome. Thank you for the raid, man. What were you up to today? Then I can play. What were we talking about with Tim? Oh yeah, the manipulative nature of gameplay trailers. I see it all the time. Gameplay trailers are very easy to manipulate. Just note, if it says this is gameplay, you're probably okay. If you see that it says some gameplay or partial gameplay or mocked up cinematic in engine.
Carol! Carol, I gotta talk to you about Pepe. And when I open the door, what do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR.
Thank you so much, man. In-engine footage, yeah. In-engine footage is like, okay. Nothing out here anymore. Drink water now. I have Pepsi pineapple. I hope that's good enough. That ain't why. It's all I have. I have no water.
Wait, you don't get those
It's a
maneuvers
spicy
until
water.
10 hours into the game. Those are really like high-level spells or high-level abilities. That's deceptive.
Hello,
Or
Charlie.
you
Me
leave
too.
something out because you don't want to like, we don't want to reveal the big fight at the end with the dragon. And then people go, wait a minute, I thought this was a low fantasy adventure game. And then at the end you have a big combat with the dragon.
That's true.
What is this? So no matter what you do, sometimes people will imagine something and they imagine...
What's a good example of that where they wanted to hide certain like surprise gameplay elements but didn't want to share that in a trailer, and so players got misinformed or felt misinformed? Getting ready for work? No worries. Thank you so much, Captain Coder, for the raid. And welcome everybody who's new. What's a good example of that? I know like a TV show that's a good example. Lost, right? Did anybody watch Lost when it came out, or maybe later? I think it was more difficult when you were like starting out and you were watching it live with everybody else. What game engine are you using? I'm using Unreal Engine 5. Mass Effect 3 ending. I think Mass Effect 3's ending holds up a bit better when you know that it's coming. How to prevent lumen bleeding? Honestly, I don't know. I have a lot of lumen issues too, and I think that I think it's really hard to work with. I have a lot of like lumen flickering issues that I have to deal with, and I basically just got around it by ratcheting up lumen quality, but that hits the GPU really hard. So it's not perfect. Lights go through your wall. Are you using BSPs, or are you making things with static meshes? Because if you're using BSPs, like you know, do they have collision? Light shouldn't be going through them. Join, I hate to say this, join our Discord and post the issue in our developer developer general chat, and we'll try to take a look at it today and help you. I feel like Lumen and Nanite are marketed to game devs, and for the most part, gamers don't care about those things. I don't think you need Lumen to make your game look good. I think Lumen can help make your game look good, but it isn't necessary. There are so many games with fantastic lighting that weren't made in Unreal or with global illumination. They just use baked lighting. Nanite is great though. Nanite just works. Lumen requires you to do some extra shit, but Nanite is just something you can enable on any static mesh, and it's just going to work. Although build size could still be pretty big. If I fix the Lumen bugs, it'd be perfect too. Yeah, Lumen is just something that you need a really good artist to go through and actually make look good. For many uses, especially with like lights and I'm frozen? Shouldn't be frozen. Are we frozen? Try refreshing, Draco. Nanite is dynamic LOD. Yes. But yeah, post your issue in dev general chat and we'll take a look. We have tons of people who know a lot about that and might be able to point out something.
It wrong, and then you're blamed. I shouldn't even say blamed. It's they form the wrong expectations, and then when they play the game, they don't like it. And like I did a whole video on how whether something's bad is very subjective.
Yes.
And a lot of people disagreed and were saying, no, there's obviously bad games. And all I can tell you is, a lot of times when you say there's an obviously bad game, there's someone else who liked the game.
Yes, I agree. So objectively bad is the same as objectively good. It's subject to the individual. Okay, so I use it like this. Every game has a market. Every game has some type of group, demographic, or multiple that they're trying to reach out to, right? If that target demographic likes the game, then the game arguably is good. That's it. You may not like it, but it may not be meant for you. And if the target demographic doesn't like it, I know that this is probably controversial to say, but really, I don't think that there is an objectively bad game in the same way that I don't think there is an objectively good game. There's just different games, different targets, and whether or not the expectations matched up with reality and were enjoyed by the target, and how much that holds up over time, right? I think objectively bad games exist. You could make an argument maybe that if the game fails to please the market and every single other market, it fails to please the target market and fails to please every other market, then is that game objectively bad because it didn't please any market? Maybe. But he's right. I mean, fun is subjective. There are objectively bad implementations, maybe. But people can overlook bad implementation even if other parts of the game are fun. You want a boring and buggy game? I mean, some people do. Some people absolutely do. Some people like jank games, right? Some people accept jank in one game that they wouldn't accept in another game. There are so many things that even bad implementation can still be something considered enjoyable and fun by the target market. Does Nana scale differently based on visual quality settings from the games menu? I do not know. I actually don't know. Game crash and startup, I can say. Okay, I mean, but is that related to the game's design? No, it's more related to the game's development. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. Game crashing, unplayable, there are objectively bad connotations related to this. But I think it has less to do with the game's design and more to do... And when people talk about, like, is the game fun, I think it is often regarded as that we're talking about the game's design and the implementation of its systems rather than whether or not it actually functions. I want a frustration simulator. Give me those crashes. I guess game crashing means it's implementation issue, less so a game design. Yeah. But I mean, at the same time that we say that, that does impact the fun of the game. Right? There are some really great games, like, let's say, this is subjective, right? But if you are a fan of, like, Elder Scrolls, Oblivion is a fun game, but it's almost impossible to play nowadays because of the bugs that you encounter in it. Because the version of that engine is just almost impossible to make work on modern systems.
I hear people say that really popular games are obviously bad, and then they use that whole McDonald's.
Yeah.
Do you think McDonald's is the best hamburger in the world? No, I do not. But they got to be doing something right because they sell billions of them.
Yeah, it's the same thing I said with, like, Baldur's Gate 3, right? Like, I say that Baldur's Gate 3 for me is like a 6 out at best 7 out of 10 game. But there's no way that I could ever say that game was bad. And even if there are parts that I think are bad, clearly this does not reflect the average player viewpoint of the game's success. Clearly doesn't. So it's just individual. Way to hide the user from the output log. I want to be able to stream, but the username of my Windows account is my real name. You could DM me if you want. I don't know. I don't think there is. You'd have to probably just manually block it out if you want. Yeah, maybe you could do that. Cyberpunk on launch. I will say for me, Cyberpunk was a very clear case of my expectations as a player were very different, because what I heard from them before launch of Cyberpunk was that this is an RPG game first, shooter second, choices matter, tons of dialogue, expect something like Deus Ex, heavy RPG where your stats, your choices matter on a very fundamental level and can drastically alter the outcome of the game. What I got on release was a buggy GTA clone with a pretty city, but absolute trash mechanics. And very unbalanced. That was my experience with it. I really just didn't find that game all that interesting. Even 2.0 fixed some of the mechanics issues and balance, but it was still different from what I was being sold as a game. It was not an RPG first. It is pretty linear shooter with some choices that you can make on how you want to finish a level, but not really things that changed the outcome of the game heavily. It was nowhere near like a old school RPG where you had all these different endings and possibilities for different factions and stuff.
What I would probably say is a McDonald's hamburger is consistent. I can buy one in Boise and Boca Raton, and they're pretty much going to be the same Big Mac. The price is, the expectation for the price is pretty valid. Although recently I've heard about, well, there's this McDonald's in a rest stop that charges $18 for a Big Mac. Okay, I get that, but your expectation is you're not going to be paying $18 for a Big Mac. What McDonald's is selling is consistency, expectation matching, and fast and convenient. That's what they're selling most of all. If you want a really, really good burger, like cream of the crop, you're going to go somewhere else. But that doesn't mean McDonald's is bad. They've just managed to set most people's expectations to the right thing, and now they've sold billions of burgers.
Yeah, the consistency and
that's the thing with games.
That's a really good
You're
analogy.
trying to get people's expectations aligned with the game you're providing.
Yeah.
Now, in some ways, this is easier with a new IP because people don't have any expectations. So as long as you carefully manage what you say in interviews and carefully manage what you do in marketing, you can help form those expectations to something that's more in line with the game you're going to do. However, there are other ways in which a new IP is much, much harder.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree that a new IP is easier. I think it's actually more difficult. Because you have so much unknown, it's so easy to have people running in completely opposite directions, right? Whereas if I say, oh, we're making Borderlands 4, well, you know what to expect. You know there's going to be Pandora, you know, returning characters, you know, the loot system, you know, the firing, you know, different weapon types and element types, bosses. You know, there's so much that's already set in stone. You basically just need to say, how is it going to be different from Borderlands 1, 2, pre-sequel, or 3? New IP means taking care of extremely high expectations. There is that, but I don't know if that's necessarily easier than if I am making a sequel, right? He said in a lot of ways it's easier. I don't think that it's... I think that a new IP is more difficult. That's my point with dropping it all at once, starting with zero expectations and having a good product in theory result in good reception. It might depend on the type of game too, the genre. Because expectations can be driven a lot by the genre of the game that you're making and what other competitors do. If you fail to meet expectations, I think you can still profit. You can just make a new IP. Yeah, I mean, you can profit regardless. Like, whether or not a game is good or objectively good or meets expectations, that doesn't necessarily indicate whether it's going to be financially successful or not. Usually there's a correlation, but of course you can have drastically successful, financially successful games that are not at all what many people expected. Usually you'll end up with bad reviews and bad lifetime sales unless you fix that. No Man's Sky is a good example.
Like I've said, you don't control every quote you say that will appear in an interview. And when you're doing a trailer, you have a few seconds to show things that are really important for the game, and hope that the way you're showing it makes people understand
That's fair, Mushini.
type of
That makes
feature it is and the frequency it will show up and how it will interact with other things. Because I've seen tons of trailers that are 15 seconds long and people will read into it things that I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not necessarily what they're trying to tell you,
Yes.
but they will read into it anyway. And that's just because, and this is the big problem, is people hear something in their head, they imagine something or they exaggerate that thing, and then bam, expectations are off.
Yes.
And it took me a long time to realize I just can't control that.
No.
This channel has taught me I just can't control that. People will listen to you without hearing. They will see see something without really looking at it. And thanks, Windows. And
You have updates to install.
because of that, they will just form the wrong expectations. That is true for a subset of every game you're ever going to make. So
It's not even games, it's game development. I mean, I that's something that is just par for the course for game design. You understand that I give people my game idea. There is no amount of writing that I can do, now restarting. There's no amount of writing that I can do for a game idea that will perfectly put that idea into someone else's brain. The way that I see it, the way that I hear it and visualize it. The more I write, the more clear it can become if I do my job properly. But generally speaking, I know that the moment I tell you guys, the moment I tell colleagues, hey, I have an idea for a new mechanic, here it is, there's not going to be a perfect 100% match. And that can change over time too, as I start to think about minor ways to change it. Like, we're going to go in this direction, but I forget to tell my friend over here, he still has the idea of the old direction. Well, now we need to communicate so that he's matched. Or I need to write down a document so that a whole team is matched, right? This is one of the important reasons why we make design documentation, or why we keep it updated, is because as things are changed, you need to make sure that somebody new coming into the team can get on the same page as everybody else as quickly and efficiently as possible. Or if you have players, you have developers over here and now you have players over here, they don't know anything about your game. So now you need to either use documentation or build more player-friendly forms of sharing that knowledge, like trailers or an interview or whatever, that can get them up to speed on what that game's going to be as well. And as you change, again, you have to communicate and keep everybody in line. And that is a very difficult process, very challenging. That community managers, that marketing managers, that creative directors and game designers all struggle with on a day-to-day basis, and is one of the, I would say, one of the core difficulties and challenges of game design as a whole, is communicating that vision. But it's, again, one of the reasons why we make things like, I can show you. Why we make things like this is a slightly older version, but the game's pillars, first and foremost, with a game, because this is, what are the most important aspects to this game? It's our pillars. This is what we want to put for, first and foremost, the most crucial aspects to get right, and usually the selling points of what's going to make this the most attractive as a game for the players who are our market. And so this is just one of the things that we use. Some documentation how to make a GDD. We did make a GDD on stream. We're going to be keeping that updated as we continue to develop. But there is no set in stone documentation of how to make a GDD, because the goal of a GDD or any design documentation is communicating ideas. And there are a million ways to do that, probably more than a million. And some work for individuals better than others. Some work for publishers better than developers. Some for players better than developers. And their GDD is one way, at least, just to put all of your ideas and some charts and some numbers into one place that people can constantly reference and you can constantly update as a designer. But there might be better ways. Maybe making a 10-minute video of you having a conversation with a friend is the most accurate way to showcase what you plan for the dialogue system, right? Or making a small stop motion film, or prototyping a feature on a board game. I mean, all of these ways are ways to communicate an idea that may be more effective in a given scenario than other ways.
The best you can ever hope to do, because of that, they would just form the wrong expectations.
Yeah.
That is true for a subset of every game you're ever going to make.
Yeah.
So the best you can ever hope to do is how small can I make that subset? And the only way I found to do that is to, when your game is nearing the end of production, pick a few things and double down on that on every interview, on every trailer, on every
That's a good recommendation.
quote you make, every bite-sized quote that people want to get. You have to just double down on it. This game is X. This game is X. For Arcanum, we kept saying, this is an industrial revolution in Tolkien's world. Bam, they get it. It's very similar to the elevator pitches I've mentioned. You've basically got to just double down on all that.
Yes.
It's the
You
best
have
you
to
can
be
do.
consistent.
You are still going to have people who misunderstand and think they were being sold one thing and they got another. There's literally nothing you can do about those people.
Yep.
But you do try to make most people not feel like they were deceived. But instead it's like, oh, I see what they were saying. Yeah, that's not necessarily something I'd be into. That's fine.
Yep.
So
That's fair.
if you're making your own game, I hope this helps you understand what you should do in interviews and trailers and other marketing that you do. So anyway, that's how to manage player expectations in a nutshell.
I mean, different aspects of that are something that you often try to identify when you're marketing the game too, is just what are the most common ways that people might misinterpret this? And you can do that with like some studies with individuals, right? So, bring 10 people in here to blindly watch like a trailer, see what they think the game is going to be, and if there's a clear misunderstanding of something that's common, you can either add that to the trailer or just make sure that that's said in those interviews leading up to it, right? Can you share video, Mr. Chuck? Absolutely, I can share. That assumes that the description is perceived the same in everyone's brains. Yeah, and it never will be. It never will be. I agree with Tim on that. Thanks, no problem. But like he said, you just need to keep it small. And I think, again, one of the things he said, to keep it small is to keep it consistent. Just be consistent about what the game is at all points and what you definitely won't have. Especially, it sucks to say where, maybe one of you has a great idea of something to do. Wolfie, thank you for the follow. Egg, the jumping off point. What was I saying? If you are, if one of you in chat has a great idea for like Cauldron Chronicles, right? Something amazing. Sometimes I have to be honest with you guys and say, look, this is an amazing idea, but it's not going to be included in the game. And I don't want to say maybe, because then I'm not setting expectations. In fact, I'm just increasing expectations of, well, yeah, maybe we could do something like that. Maybe. Sometimes I just have to say, like, I don't think we're going to be implementing that, but that is still a great idea. That's too much work. It would cost too much. Here are the reasons why it would cost too much money. And that's something that just gamers who aren't developers, they don't necessarily understand. How many times for developers in chat, how many times did you hear, hey, can you just add multiplayer to your game? Oh, just add multiplayer. And it's like, yeah, let me just flip the switch. Let me just check the Boolean that says multiplayer. To have multiplayer. Like, it could be better to say something like, we're trying something new and different in X area. Try to have an open mind and let us know what you think. Yeah, a lot of the times the way that you communicate that is important. And I don't want to say, like, if you guys have a great idea, I'm just going to say no to your face. Like, that's all. Usually I want to provide a reason. Because you provide an idea and I need to think about it like, okay, is this something that aligns with our values? Is it something that aligns with our pillars? Is it something that matches with our market expectations? Is it something that we can do as a team? Is it something that we can afford to do? How much time is this going to add? So if you provide me with a great idea and you see me just having to think about it for like 10, 15 seconds, maybe even longer, I'm trying to go through all of these things quickly in my head and to say, okay, does it fail at any of these points, and which one do I need to then convey to you? Maybe this is an amazing idea, but it would take another year to implement and cost another couple $1 million. It's like, well, probably not going to happen. Let's see if it is something we can want to pursue in the future with like a sequel. Multiplayer Starman, I have X errors because of it. Multiplayer is hard. And if your game wasn't designed to have multiplayer, usually multiplayer is not, it's just not feasible in any reasonable amount of time, and because time is money, in a reasonable amount of budget. And it could be that like 10% of your player base wants multiplayer. And it's like, well, okay, we can add multiplayer. Is it actually going to provide value in the long run? Or is it something that only a tiny subset of our market actually wants, our player base? And basically it just isn't going to return money. We would go broke implementing it and then have nothing to move on with in the future. And sometimes that is the case. It's sad. Okay. I want to settle with client post co-op. Yeah, I mean directly like P2P is pretty safe. I don't see what multiplayer would add to a single player game. There's no guarantee for that. I don't often see it either, and usually it is just a very small subset of players who think that it would be. Again, it's like players don't always know what they want, right? That's just a fact of life. I'm not trying to shit on players, but player bases often don't know what would add fun to a game. Even if they think, yeah, I want this to be fun, and they play it, and it's like, well, it's not that as fun as I thought it would be. There is some give and take here. You know, this is exactly why designers exist, is to say what's going to be fun, what's not going to be fun. Most of the time I would agree that most player doesn't really add. Yeah. I think in Portal it works though. Well, the thing is, when you're buying a single player game under the premise that it is single player, most of the players probably only want to play single player. I play a lot of old school RuneScape. That's an MMO. And guess what? I play it mostly single player. So it's like, even some of the games that are built around multiplayer, a lot of people play them like they're single player. Do I want to go over this now? Maybe we can save this, because it's still kind of developing. And I do need to go to the store, and I'm starting to lose my voice. I don't know if I can rant for too much longer. You guys can probably hear it, but my voice is dying. Because I've been streaming for like 7.5 hours. I played D2 single player, same. I played D4 single as well. Most ARPGs. PoE, single player. Of course, I used it to trade, but that trading still could have been... It could have been replaced by just an interface. And still remained a single player game, right? I think most people in Path of Exile actually play single player. Guys, I might have to get going. How on earth can XQC stream for 12 plus hours? I have no idea. Never mind React content. You still have to talk a lot. PoE forever alone, my only friends is bosses. True. But I can say, guys, tomorrow you have Kickstarter reviews, where if you know, I will say this again because you haven't, maybe some of you are new to the stream. We go on Kickstarter, we look at all of the currently live video game projects, and we just go through as many as we can. Usually most of them. and we look for scams, we look for ChatGPT, we look for Midjourney, and then sometimes we find some exceptional games that are 100% worth backing. Most of them aren't. Last month was not the greatest, and we just drink alcohol the whole time, and we get drunk. I get drunk by like noon, so it's a lot of fun. Multiplayer side, there's still a discussion to have regarding what features to add to a game. Yeah. Features are scope. And it's very easy to have scope creep. A lot of games and a lot of designers I see have that issue where it can often occur if you're too passive as a designer, where somebody says a good idea and you don't have the balls to turn them down in a diplomatic way. So you'll hear a lot of like, yeah, okay, we can look into it, or maybe, and all this does is just create more confusion. It's like, okay, well, are we doing it? Are we not? I've seen design documents written by some rather passive designers who actually just ask questions in the design doc. Like, oh, maybe we'll explore this. Like, this is the design doc. You're supposed to tell me whether we're doing this or not. You're supposed to be the one with the answers. I feel like most AAA games suffer from scope creep. All games do, and then it just requires really good producers and designers to cut that down. And unfortunately, a lot of games don't have good designers or producers. No, it's not just the designer's job. It would be the creative director, all team leads, but primarily fall upon the production team and the design team. And I would say publishers too. But if we just assume, because some publishers might be okay with this, some not, it's mostly going to fall on the design team and production team, although production team is, you could argue, is part of the publishing as well, because publishers have their own producers that work on the games with you, with your production team. You'll get assigned a producer or somebody in charge of handling your game, and they will help you determine scope. But it really is like every team lead, because you can't just have a design team working in a vacuum and saying, yeah, we want this amazing idea, and then just thrusting that, just vomiting that to your art team, and your art team's like, we would have to make twice as many assets as we have now. It's impossible. How about an indie or solo project? Then you do it all yourself? Yes. And that is one of the reasons, if you ask me, why a lot of indie or solo projects fail. Is because it's very difficult to manage scope. It is a skill, and it's a skill that you learn oftentimes through experience by making a game with too large of scope. I mean, how many of us in chat are game developers that tried to make small games on our own and didn't succeed? I mean, I have at least 10 failed projects before working on Cauldron Chronicles here. And a lot of them were just because I tried to make it some distance. I didn't realize that the idea was too big, and I learned, right? Slowly getting better at managing scope. It's a really difficult task. Very challenging, and it's easy to get stuck. I think jam games forces you to practice scope and to change it on the fly. Yes. And that is one of the best things that game jams can teach you. Even if you don't succeed at making your game and your game jam, you're going to learn. You're going to learn a shit ton, usually about scope and about how much time it takes for other people to do their jobs. Which, that's something that designers and producers know a lot about, right? Because we have to be able to determine, okay, I have a new feature idea. Here's roughly how long I think that this takes. And then as you learn more about how long it takes the art team, when you have a talk with them and the programmers and the sound designers, you can start to get a better understanding of your team's capabilities and the overall complexity of adding different things to different engines. And so you can start to formulate in your mind, okay, this is going to take about 2 to 3 weeks for the team to make and implement. And producers think that way too, because that's just production job is to be up in everybody's shit, which is a good thing. At the hub I got to my current game, previous prototype was too big. It happens. We've all been there, and we're all going to continue to be there. Have to make sacrifices, make cuts. What was I saying? Yeah, designers and producers will have a better idea of it, but I do notice that programmers and artists don't always have that innate knowledge, because usually when you're working on in a like studio, you don't have to think about it in those roles as much as if you were on like design or production teams. And so it can be very easy for I've seen a lot of artists who make they have really grand ideas for the game, really great, but they don't know how to even approach how complex systems might be. And I've seen programmers who don't, and like for me, because I'm more on the programmer side, I don't know often how to approach how long it's going to take to do something from the art side of things. But I'm usually more accurate at determining how long it'll take to make a system. Listen, I just make pretty things, fair. What do you think is the reason that so many games that are coming out now are feel incomplete? Expectations and scope. Games are becoming more complex to make. They require more money and more people, and that just leads to more possible points of failure or uncertainty. And as the game gets larger in idea and scope, right? As you're working on a game that's $10-20 million in budget over the course of 5 years, you have so many new possibilities and ways to fuck up and extend that scope, or to waste time, that after that point of 5 years, nobody wants to put in more risk into this project. It's already too expensive. It's already taken too long to make and to return, to have return on investment. So they just want to push it out there, because delaying it by another quarter or 2 quarters is going to cost another, potentially $1 to $2 million. And, it's like the best time to release it would have been now, capitalizing on what the market is wanting. And we've already done the hype. We've already done the marketing. Now we're just wasting money if we don't put it out. So it's better to put it out, because statistically, unfortunately, players are willing to put up with a shitty product and deal with the first couple months of bug fixes. I've heard companies say that the increased complexity is being demanded by gamers. I think it's both, actually, and I hate to say it, but I think that to some extent the fault is on both players, or I guess all three: players, developers, and publishers. I think it's an evil cycle that keeps feeding back into itself. Because players are willing to put up with it, publishers are willing to do it, and so they're willing to demand it of developers. But developers can't accurately predict the next 5 years of development. You can hardly accurately predict the next year of development. And then publishers want to just put it out there because they need return on investment, because the project is already so risky and costs so much money. And they know that players are willing to put up with some level of jank and bugs, and it'll eventually result in lifetime sales. I'd prefer a more complete product too. I absolutely would. And I think that there is, to some level, a higher return on investment and better, what's the word, like, players will view you better and the publisher better if you take the time to release that quality product. But it doesn't result in as much money as if you just put it out now and fix some of the problems later. I think that that's changing, but I don't think it's changing as fast as maybe it should be. Players are just still willing to put up with buggy games. They can't release it as alpha either. Today, expectation of an alpha release is about the same as a normal release. To some extent, although I've noticed that, at least because I've worked on 3 games that were in early access, the expectations of players are much, much nicer in early access. And even if you just do nothing except finish your game, oftentimes if it... how do I put this? The ratings of a game could go down simply by releasing it out of early access because player expectations during early access are lower than on a full release game. It's easier to get better ratings in early access than it is to get ratings with that same product in full release. I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Biggest reason I don't want a publisher? It's only big publishers that really do it. There's a lot of indie publishers that are incredibly nice and incredibly understanding. I think publishers get a bad reputation mainly because the only ones that we remember are the bad ones. But most of the ones we remember are bad ones. People know Devolver, right? Or like Tiny Build has a pretty good reputation. Raw Fury, good reputation. There's a lot of good publishers out there. But they're doing their job right, so you don't think of that publisher necessarily. You think of EA, you think of Ubisoft, which are both developers and publishers. You think of Playway. Look, I'll put it this way. If you want to send a message to publishers, just stop buying games that are in that shitty state. If you want them to stop doing manipulative day one DLC, pre-order, early access, stop buying the games to get early access and stop buying day one DLC. All the bad things will stop if they realize that it's not making them money and is only hurting them in the long run. But the reason they do it is because it works. Main reasons that are I want full control of timeline and not owing them something. I mean, you can do that, but sometimes, especially for indie games, the return on investment of doing things on your own will not be higher than if you had gotten a publisher. And we see that with a lot of self-published games. It depends on circumstance, but most indie games fail to return on investment because they just didn't get the marketing they needed. And attaching yourself to a publisher can give you a lot of expertise and a prior lineup of games, right? And there are some publishers that market their newer titles in their lineups through their older games, right? By doing like that's the wrong one. That's the right one. By doing news posts up here. So maybe the developers of, Digital Extremes are making a new game, right? They can market it through people who have Warframe added on their accounts. At least an unpolished game in alpha early access seems to get hammered. It depends. It depends on when you go to early access. I've had a lot of success with early access. I think that at least from the ways that I've used it on games that I've worked on, it's always been a positive outcome. It's challenging, but very positive. People will still pay $250 for Tarkov, though. Yes, they will. And that's why they'll keep getting shafted. Maybe smaller games that work from the beginning now will pay full price. I think it's happening. Indie and AA are becoming very popular. Even our game that's going to have about a budget of $3 million US, Cauldron Chronicles, that's probably what the final budget is going to come down to around. Which is pretty small, actually, for a game like that. It's still a big budget. It's still a lot of money. It's still a lot of time. And we need to plan it out. And the way we plan it out is by, taking the time to get to vertical slice properly. Figure out our timelines, our pipelines, our tools, how much content's going to be in the game, and determine as accurately as we can, and it won't be perfect, but as accurately as we can, as many known knowns and known unknowns as possible, and remove as many unknown knowns and unknown unknowns as possible. because those are what add to the timeline. We also plan to have a buffer period that we want to work into the contract to account for those, so that we're going to have 3 months desired of buffer period where our game should be finished, ideally, 3 months before it's supposed to be released. That includes polishing. However, because we know that we're expecting to encounter some issues that we don't know how to solve, or we thought we could solve quicker than it actually took to solve, we can push into that buffer period. Local game dev here made a game and sold 1 million copies on Steam in 2 weeks. His goal is to make 50 euros, get lunch with friends. God damn. That's how it be. How it be. All you need is something fun. Alright guys, I might have to get going. Ooh, I gotta go into the store. Get some alcohol. Mind Bool operator. Inventory item. What did you post? I like this work of F inventory items. What did you post, Draco? C++. Posted in dev chat maybe. Just got here. Sorry, Frades. I recognize some of those words. True. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow though for the Kickstarter review streams starting at around 9 a.m. Central European time. It'll be going throughout the whole day. The later you join, the drunker I'm gonna be. It should be fun. It should be fun. Thank you so much for the raid again, Captain Coder. Always love seeing you around here. And thank you guys so much for the follow. Wolfheat16, Draco, Wamst, Ranger, thank you for the subscription. Cornier West, my god. Duncan Stam 23, thank you for the follow as well. Declodius, thank you for the 10 bits. Edgeless Lake, thank you for the follow as well. Yanis, No Side, you guys are wonderful. Thank you so much. We are almost at 250 followers too, wow. Thank you guys so much. Take care. I will see you later. I will see you tomorrow. Stay safe. Be nice to your neighbors. Be nice to your family. And stay awesome. Stay sexy. Stay hot. Stay bangable. That's what life's about. Drunk as a skunk. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.